The Heartwood Inn, a Heartwood Sisters novel, Carter's Cove Beach Romance, Book 2. Written by Elena Johnson. Narrated by Anne Marie Lewis. Chapter 1. Olympia Heartwood wanted to throw her phone at the nearest wall. Then maybe it would stop ringing and dinging and notifying her of the zillions of problems around the inn. Yes, she'd wanted this job. She was very good at dealing with problem clients and difficult employees. She'd been working in the Heartwood Inn since the age of 10. And as the oldest sister, the job had fallen to her if she wanted it. And she wanted it. She just also wanted a break every now and then. Maybe she'd like to eat lunch without abandoning her salad halfway through to go solve something happening on the outdoor patio. By the time she got back to her office, the salad dressing had soaked the lettuce, and she could barely stomach salad when it was crisp. Soggy salad was worse than almost anything she could imagine, and she picked a candied pecan off the top and threw the rest in the trash can. "Sorry, Bianca," she muttered, knowing the woman who did housekeeping in this part of the inn would have to deal with the mess later. Olympia sighed and pulled the folder of facts toward her. She'd asked her front desk manager to put together a list of things the new employees needed to be trained on. If there was anything she'd learned since taking over the inn last year, it was that there was a constantly revolving door of new employees, and new employees needed to be trained. The inn employed 8 people at the front desk, as it was the height of summer travel, and the tourists streamed onto the island of Carter's Cove by the thousands. Their rooms at the inn had been booked for months, especially leading up to the surfing competition that South Carter's Beach sponsored every second week in July. The check-in process was a bit slow right now, and she glanced up when her phone chimed. This one didn't have a special ringtone, which meant it was a family member or a non-essential person on her staff. They're all essential, she told herself as she saw Celeste's name flash on the screen. Every sister had a job around the family business, and Celeste's was marketing, events, and the wedding planning service the inn provided. Thankfully, her text wasn't about anything inn-related, but she wondered what she might wear on a date with her ex-boyfriend. Olympia picked up her phone, thinking of another ex-boyfriend that had recently come back into the Heartwoods' lives. Alyssa had just started dating her high school boyfriend, and she and Sean seemed to be very happy. "Do not go out with Andre again," she sent to Celeste. Because while she was very good at keeping track of details and calendars and getting things ordered and delivered on time, with matters of the heart, Celeste needed some help. "It's not Andre," Celeste said. "It's Boyd." "Ew," Olympia said, though 40-year-olds didn't generally use the word. Even worse, she sent to her sister, "Why don't you go out with Benjamin? He was nice." "Ben equals boring," Celeste sent back, and Olympia put her phone down. She'd love a man like Ben, who admittedly looked a little rough around the edges, what with the long hair and arms full of tattoos. He could make a surfboard obey his every whim, and while he spent plenty of time in the waves and perfecting his tan, he also had gainful employment. Something Boyd did not. He drained Celeste again, but Olympia didn't even twitch toward her phone. Let her sister figure things out. Her phone peeled out the ringtone that indicated the front desk was calling. "Yes," she said, not phrasing it as a question. "Miss Heartwood, there's a level 10 guest on the line inquiring about the penthouse on the 20th floor. "Put them through to me," she said. "Name?" "Mr. Chet Christopher." She waited for the last name, but Nancy didn't continue. "That's it?" Olympia asked. "Yes, ma'am. That's his whole name." "Put him through." She always held back the penthouse on the top floor of the inn. Number one, there were only 2 penthouses in the building, and number 2, she lived full-time in one of them. To have someone on her floor with her felt personal, intimate. She'd have to share an elevator with them and think about them up there with her. The price tag was steep for the 3,000-square-foot penthouse, and they usually only rented it out a few times a year for large family gatherings. The line beeped, and Olympia looked away from the training list in front of her. "Hello, Mr. Christopher. I'm Olympia Heartwood. How can I help you?" "I already told the other woman how I could be helped," he said, a slight accent to his words. A sexy southern drawl that had Olympia sitting up, though he wasn't in the room. "The penthouse," she said, "is only available for long-term rentals at the moment." "That's what the website says," he said, a definite bite in his tone. "I'd like it for—" His hesitation had her smiling. He thought he was so smart, and she realized all she had to do was quote an astronomical price or tell him whatever he said wasn't long enough. Case closed. Find somewhere else to stay. "Well, for a couple of months at least," he said. "Very well," she said, one of those cash registers from the 80s ringing in her ears. Cha-ching! "Our rate for the penthouse is monthly, and it's not inexpensive." "How much?" Chet asked, his voice smooth now. So laid back. "I'm from the area, and I've been to Carter's Cove a few times." Olympia could close her eyes and get lost in the tonalities of his deep voice. She snapped her eyes open, which had started to drift closed. 15,000 per month, she said. Sure, he'd hang up on her. "Okay," he said without hesitation. "When can I occupy it?" "Tonight, sir," she said. "I can have the paperwork drawn up this afternoon." Giddiness pranced through her. Had she really just booked the penthouse for 2 months? Maybe someone was pranking her. "That'd be great," he said, a measure of relief in his voice. "Can I check in by 4? Olympia couldn't say no. That was the normal check-in time. But that penthouse would need to be dusted at the very least. She couldn't even remember the last time that room had been open, so the windows would need to be cracked, too. 4 would be great, she said, her voice as bright as the sun. "I'll let the front desk know you're coming." "Thank you," Chet said. "They'll have you come back to my office to sign the paperwork," she said, "and I'll take you up to the penthouse myself." "Wow, a personal touch," he said. "That's great." Olympia felt warm under the influence of his rolling, smooth southern voice. She leaned back in her chair, swiveling it toward the window and getting blinded by the bright summer sun. "See you soon, Olympia," Chet said, and the line clicked. Olympia set her phone down, and then sprang out of her seat. She felt tied to her phone, but she used it to get Betty in housekeeping up to the south penthouse and to let Nancy at the front desk know about Chet Christopher and that he should be sent to Olympia when he arrived. 4 o'clock came and went, and Olympia felt buried beneath a dozen tasks that needed to be completed. She only knew what time it was because she'd set an alarm, and it had gone off 20 minutes ago. She needed to go over the order for Redfin, the on-site restaurant that specialized in fresh fish and local cuisine. She didn't need to know the stock in the restaurant. She just needed to know how much it cost to replenish it. She needed to know if housekeeping kept to their schedule, and if the guests were having a good time. She needed to know the pool got cleaned, and that the path to the private beach, exclusive to the Heartwood Inn guests, was clear. the towels stocked, the loungers in good repair. The guests deserved the ultimate spa, resort, and beach experience with a down-home touch. That was what the Heartwood Inn provided for families, couples, and anyone who came to the island looking for the best experiences of their vacation. She worked through things systematically. Her paperwork Thursdays as long and boring as anything. But at least she only had to do this once a week, and the weekend sat right on the horizon. Her desk phone beeped, and Nancy said, "Mr. Christopher is here." "Send him back," Olympia said. She stood and smoothed down her blouse. She carried about 30 extra pounds, and she knew she should get on the treadmill for just 30 minutes a day. But she couldn't get up any earlier than she did, and she worked until she was so tired she collapsed into bed, fresh off the only elevator that led all the way to the 20th floor. She went to the door and opened it, stepping into the hall just as a tall man started to pass. Or maybe he was standing there. No matter what, Olympia ran right into him, getting the scent of the fabric softener he used in the dryer. "Whoa," he said, that voice powerful enough to command horses and dogs, and apparently her. "Sorry about that. I wasn't sure which door it was, and, well..." He laughed, and that was so unfair, as were the pressure points of his hands where he'd gripped her by the shoulders. "It's obviously this one." He grinned at her, and Olympia felt flushed from head to toe. She had to make sure he wasn't married. Check for a ring, her mind screamed at her. No, ask him. No way she was asking him. Besides, he could lie, just like Hunter had. "I'm sorry," she said, regaining some semblance of rational thought. She stepped away from his touch and smoothed down her blouse again. She suddenly panicked that she shouldn't have worn yellow. The color washed out her complexion and made her dirty blonde hair look even dirtier. But she couldn't change now. "Please, come in." She gestured for him to enter, which he did. Olympia couldn't help the prancing nerves moving through her. This guy was extremely good-looking, and he'd be living across the hall from her for 2 months. Maybe more. "I have the contract here," she said. "We just need you to sign it." "We?" he asked, glancing around at her office. "And did you know it took me 10 minutes to check in?" "Some of our staff are new," she said, though Nancy wasn't one of them. "Nancy said she'd been here for a few years." Chet looked at her then, and Olympia felt hot for an entirely different reason. She cocked her head, sudden understanding washing through her. "Which hotel are you from?" "I'm not from a hotel," he said. "Right," she scoffed. "So you think I'm going to believe that you need a place to stay for 2 months during the height of tourist season?" "Your penthouse isn't occupied." "And it's going to stay that way." Olympia folded her arms and glared. "I don't need a rival here, spying on everything we do at the Heartwood Inn." She couldn't believe she hadn't seen this coming from a mile away. Stupid, she chastised herself. Chet blinked. "I'm not a rival. I'm from Atlanta." "There are plenty of hotels in Atlanta," Olympia said, drawing out the city name the way he had. "Bed and breakfasts, inns, vacation rentals, resorts, whatever you're calling it, it doesn't matter." She strode to the door. "Good day, Mr. Christopher." He stood there, surprise in his light green eyes, his brown hair all swept to the side, like he'd just come off a movie set. He wore khaki shorts and a striped shirt, and she wondered for a moment how long it took him to shape his facial hair. He didn't have much, and she had this sudden urge to run her fingers along his jaw and feel it. She made a fist with her hand instead. "Good day," he asked, with a smile that had probably won over dozens of women. Are we in England? That smile was not going to win over Olympia Heartwood, and she simply glared at him. Chapter 2. Chet Christopher couldn't leave this office without the penthouse. Heck, he'd sleep here if he had to. He just couldn't survive one more night in his car, parked at a rest stop or behind a building where no one would bother him until morning. He'd spent a couple of nights at the KOA, which was nice, because at least he had access to a bathroom and a shower in the morning. Desperation built inside him. Each second Olympia Heartwood stood there with that lasered look in her eyes. I apologize for the comment about the check-in process, he said, though it could definitely use some fine-tuning. She'd never let him stay here if he told her that he had a degree in hospitality management and had managed a huge hotel chain for 12 years. No, that knowledge would go to the grave with him, which would be that night if he couldn't get a room here. The entire island was full, and the Heartwood Inn had been his last chance. Olympia took the glare down a notch, but she didn't budge from her position near the open doorway. I need this penthouse, he said simply. I have nowhere else to go. For 2 months. She nearly spat the words, and Chet flinched inwardly. That's right, he said coolly. What will you be doing on the island this summer? Olympia asked. A little of everything, he said vaguely. He couldn't tell her he was running from the press, or that he hoped this summer he could figure out what to do with his life now that everything had crashed and burned in Atlanta. He couldn't tell her he felt lost, adrift at sea, after his last girlfriend had broken up with him one day, and then he'd been blamed for the entire chain's financial problems the next. Every situation needed a fall guy, and he'd been it for the grand America. Bitterness crept up his throat, but he still managed to say, I can pay cash. Olympia's sculpted eyebrows went up. For 2 months? Yes. He didn't make a move to pull out the money, though. She had beautiful blonde hair that spilled over her shoulders in loose waves. She probably hated it. Carrie had hated her hair when it looked like that, but Chet didn't understand why. And you're not going to compare every woman to Carrie. Olympia had sharp, knowing eyes, and Chet actually appreciated that. At the moment, they seemed to be the color of summer storm clouds, but he thought they'd probably be blue at some point. Fine, she said, and he admired her pencil skirt as she stepped over to the desk. Let's get this over with. She practically shook the papers at him, and Chet took them, picked up a pen from her desk, and signed without reading a single word. He then set his backpack on the chair in front of her desk and dug around until he found the cigar box with the cash in it. Where did you get this? She asked once she held the full sum. This isn't dirty drug money or something, is it? Do I look like a drug dealer to you? Her gaze moved down his body and back up, and Chet definitely felt every inch of his skin in that moment. It buzzed with energy, telling him this woman was dangerous and they should get far away. Or stay. He couldn't decide which. Olympia opened a drawer in her desk and put the money inside, neatly locking it with a shiny silver key. He knew exactly who she was, because he'd been exactly like Olympia not that long ago. Perfectly pressed clothes, a little harried from the dozens of tasks that he'd already completed that day, and the hundreds more he needed to do before he could rest. hungry. He wondered when she'd eaten last, and if she might go to dinner with him. But the fire still burning in her eyes told him not to ask. "I have no idea what you look like," Olympia said coolly. "Are you ready to go up to the penthouse?" "After you," he said, putting a smile on his face. Carrie, his last girlfriend, told him he could get anything he wanted when he used that smile. He'd charmed guests with it, her parents, his grandmother, and he'd still taken the fall for a disaster that wasn't his fault. He'd abandoned his last name at the city border and had chosen to go with his middle name as his last. At least that way, he could find some relief from the media that had been tracking him. He hadn't seen them in over a week now, and Carter's Cove was the perfect hiding place. The population of the island doubled in the summer, and there were more tourists here per square mile than anywhere else in the country. At least in June, July, and August. Sometimes September, too. The Grand America had a sister hotel here, the Kipton Monaco. It was ritzy and high-end. The Heartwood Inn reminded him of it a bit, except here it felt like a person would respond to your problem. At the Kipton, you'd get a cyborg, a cold-hearted woman who didn't really care if your suite was too hot. "This is beautiful wood," he said, as she bent over another drawer in her desk and came up with a key. "Thank you," she said, her professionalism unmatched. Well, maybe by Chet himself. He took the key and followed her out of the office. "There's only one elevator that goes all the way to the 20th floor," she said, taking him past the regular bank of elevators for regular guests. Everything about hotels appealed to him, to the anonymity of them, to sitting by the pool, to eating breakfast alone. The Heartwood had gorgeous furnishings, all done by someone with an eye for detail. He wondered if that someone was Olympia. The elevator he'd use was on the other side of the lobby, down a hall with no other doors or reasons for anyone to come that way. She pushed the button, and they waited in tense silence. The ride up 20 floors didn't happen as quickly as it would have at the Grand America, and he reminded himself he wasn't there anymore, wouldn't be going back, and that he was happy about both of those things. True anticipation coated his mouth as he stepped off the elevator. This hallway felt homey for some reason, and he nodded toward the other door, which sat directly across from his. "Is that one occupied?" "Yes," she said curtly, indicating he should open the door with his key. He held it in front of the sensor, and the light turned green a moment later. The suite spread before him, and Chet's relief almost brought him to his knees. "This is great," he said. "How big?" 3,000 square feet, she said, glancing around as if she needed to check that the room was ready. He had a feeling Heartwood didn't rent this penthouse very often. Of course they didn't. $15,000 a month was insane, though he figured a piece of property on this island probably cost that. "How long will the guests be in the other suite?" he asked. "Why do you care?" she asked, the bite back in her voice. Chet swung his attention toward her, sensing something in her standoffish mannerisms. He really just wanted to be alone so he could take stock of everything, catch a shower, order something to eat, sit on a real couch. "I'm just wondering if I'll see anyone coming up or down in the elevator," he said. "Yes," she said, walking back toward the door. She opened it and stepped into the hall, holding the door open with her high-heeled toe. "Me. I live across the hall, Mr. Christopher." With that, the door slammed closed, leaving him blinking at the barrier she'd put between them. "Oh, this is going to be more fun than I thought," he said to himself, a chuckle following the statement. "Where are you, dear?" Chet stood on the balcony on the 20th floor, an astronomically high railing in front of him. The wind coming off the Atlantic Ocean, which sat only about 50 feet away, could have ripped his cell phone from his grip. "I'm safe, Mom," he said. "You said to call when I had somewhere solid to stay, and now I do." "It's been weeks since we heard from you." He worked hard not to roll his eyes, though she wouldn't be able to see him even if he did. "I'm okay, Mother." She'd wanted him to run right back to the plantation. They had plenty of room in that big old house, didn't he know? Yes, he knew. He also didn't want to be caged by those walls made of brick, stone, and parental expectations. He'd accepted her money, but he fully intended on paying her back once he found a job, once he started his new life. "How's Grandma?" he asked. When his father had passed away, his mother couldn't bear to live in the house alone. It really was too big even for a family, and his two siblings hadn't lived there in over a decade. So she'd asked his dad's mother to move in with her, and the two ladies had been roommates ever since. "She's fine," his mother said. "Just fine. She's out in the garden. Want me to get her for you?" "No, Mom," he said, suppressing a sigh. He should have texted, but then she'd have called anyway, claiming she didn't know how to make her phone send messages like that. "I have to go," he said. "I'll keep in touch." "Cece," his mother said, but he hung up. He hated that childhood nickname, and yet she insisted on using it. For a moment, he thought about throwing his phone over the railing, watching as it soared through the sky and then landed in the sand somewhere. Maybe, if he was lucky, he could launch it all the way to the ocean. In the end, he tucked it back in his pocket and went back inside the penthouse. After all, the wind was murder today. He had hot coffee in the kitchen, and though it was summer and much too hot and humid for coffee, he smiled at the brew. He'd never take for granted the simple things again. Never. Someone knocked on the door, and he grabbed his shirt off the back of the couch, stuffing his arms through before he opened the door. A man stood there, dressed impeccably for someone who pushed food carts through hallways. "You had the lobster dinner, sir?" he asked, his dark eyes bright with happiness. Chet suddenly wanted that more than the food, but for now he'd settle for getting all the essentials in place. "Yes," he said. "I don't need the table." "Of course not, sir. I'll put it on the counter for you?" "Yes, please." Chet dug in his backpack and pulled out a bill. It was a 20, and way too much for a tip. He folded it and handed it to the man anyway, who bowed his way out of the room with a, "Thank you, sir." Chet locked the door behind him and turned toward the food. After he ate, he was going to shower. And then Chet was going to sleep in a real bed for the first time in 3 weeks. Chapter 3. Olympia walked through the kitchen every morning when Gwen would update her on anything she needed to know regarding room service, the restaurant, and the bakery. They catered huge events as well, and the Butler wedding sat on the calendar in just a couple of weeks. "So this is going to be the first course for the wedding," Gwen said. "I just confirmed with Celeste yesterday on the final menu, and Tegan is working on that today." "Great," Olympia said, looking at the beautifully crafted dish. "Tell me what's in it." "It's our lobster parfait," Tegan said, his voice strong and clear. He was an excellent chef who worked at Redfin when he wasn't in charge of the catering. It's got jicama slaw, mango gelée, and a nice lemongrass cream. Olympia wanted to eat it right now, and she picked up the delicate glass and looked at the layers. It's exquisite. She looked at him with a smile. Thank you, he said, his dark eyes sparkling with the compliment. He'd asked her out once, years ago, right after Hunter had cut her heart out and thrown it as far as he could. She'd said no, because she simply couldn't go out with him. Then he'd gone out with Gwen, but not for very long. They had some tension between them, but Olympia didn't know what had happened. She tucked her hair behind her ear as Gwen started detailing the other courses Tegan would be working on that day. Can I have a sample sent to me later? She asked. Of course, Tegan said. Gwen and I will sample as well. I'll text you when it's all ready. Perfect. She moved from the kitchen to housekeeping, catching the tail end of their morning meeting. Marie ran everything to do with the interior of the inn, and Olympia's sister Cheryl took care of everything outside. Housekeeping seemed to be on track, as did the maintenance crew, who had just left their wing at the back of the inn. Olympia said hello to Cheryl, who jumped up from her desk. Can I ask you something? Sure, Olympia said, thinking of the meeting she had with her front desk staff in just 10 minutes. If you had someone following you, what would you do? Cheryl wrung her hands, her pale blue eyes wide and frightened. Cheryl, what's going on? Olympia touched her sister's arm, and she pulled it back quickly. A flinch, as if she'd been hurt before. Nothing, she said. There's this guy that follows me home every night. He doesn't do anything, just keeps driving by. But last night, he parked in front of the Oscarsons and just sat there. Cheryl lived in one of the Heartwood family cottages, the farthest one north, on the outskirts of their property. She had a few neighbors strung out on the street with her, but it was a pretty remote part of the island. Who is it? Olympia asked. A former employee, Cheryl said. He asked me out a few times and I said no. He started harassing a couple of waitresses at Redfin. I fired him. She looked over Olympia's shoulder as if the man would be there. I think I'm going to ask someone to drive me home from now on. I would, Olympia said. I'd file a police report, too, and then ask a man to take me home. She thought of Chet, and she had no idea why. The man was insufferable, with those long eyelashes and that perfectly sculpted hair, and that drawl. Her blood heated just thinking about his voice. Cheryl nodded, and Olympia's phone went off, distracting her from her sister's plight. Let me know when you've talked to the police, she said. I have to get this. She lifted her phone to her ear and turned away from Cheryl. Hello, Niles. Just checking to see if you remembered we're meeting this morning? Yes, Olympia said, her heels clicking against the hard floor as she walked. I'm on my way now. She didn't go toward the normal exit, but turned right and then left, using the passageways from the old Prohibition days. The Heartwood Inn had 6 hidden doors on the first floor, so that when the police entered the premises 100 years ago, all the alcohol could be concealed. Anyone drinking could, too, though Olympia wouldn't want to be stuffed into these cramped hallways. She unlocked the door and leaned her weight into it, as the hidden doors didn't get used all that often. Half stumbling as the door gave way, she spilled into the hallway where her private elevator sat. Well, hers and Chet's now. You just walked out of a wall, a man said, and Olympia gasped. Chet stood there, a pristine white towel slung over his forearm. He only wore a pair of swimming trunks, and Olympia went mute at the sight of his bare torso. Chest. Shoulders. She tugged at the hem of her cardigan, dropping her eyes so she'd stop ogling the man in front of her. Going to the beach? Yes, he said. You have a private beach here. I didn't think that was possible on Carter's Cove. There are bigger towels down there, she said. You don't have to take the ones from your penthouse. He looked at it and back to her, a smile curving those lips she suddenly wanted to kiss. There are? She shook her head to rid herself of the traitorous thoughts, and he frowned. There aren't. No, she said. There are towels at the pool and the beach. You don't have to take the ones from your room. Hadn't she said that already? Her face felt so hot, and she was late, and wow, he had a great pair of shoulders. He'd obviously spent time in the sun, and Olympia couldn't remember the last time she'd put on a bathing suit and relaxed on the sand. Okay, great, he said. I'll just take this one with me, though. That elevator isn't very fast. He gave her a smile that felt a little something. Predatory. Sharp? Something. As he walked away, she felt like he'd just insulted her in. Again. She exhaled, wanting to call him back and give him a piece of her mind. This inn was over 150 years old, so the elevators weren't lightning fast. Big deal. Was he in a hurry to get to the beach? Her phone rang again, and Olympia practically jumped out of her skin. She hurried out of the small hallway and down one more, where the conference room full of front desk staff waited for her. Sorry, she said to Niles. I ran into a problem on the way here. She slid into the nearest seat and nodded at him to begin. She only listened to the training with one ear, the rest of her mental energy going to the problem she'd encountered in the hallway. Chet sure was handsome. And he knew it. Smart. He knew that, too. He'd take what little of her heart she'd been able to recover and stomp right on it. So why did Olympia's pulse keep skipping every time she thought of his beard, his smile, his wit? After the meeting, Olympia sat in her office, her attention singular on her laptop. She'd learned something already. Chet Christopher didn't exist. Anywhere. Not just in Atlanta. She lifted her phone and called the front desk. Yes, ma'am, Niles answered. Hi, Niles, she said, leaning away from the computer screen. I need to know who Chet Christopher really is. I know he paid cash for his room. Suspicious. She couldn't believe she hadn't seen the signs yesterday. His desperation to stay at the inn had been right there in front of her. Did he sign any paperwork? Have a car he had to park? Let me look, Niles said. Can I call you back? Of course. Olympia went back to her online search, but Chet was a fairly common name, as was Christopher. This guy was good. She'd give him that. But she didn't want to live across the hall from a man in trouble with the law. He could be dangerous for all she knew. Her phone chimed, but the text belonged to one of her sisters. Cheryl had said, I found someone to take me home at night. Talked to the police. They can't do anything unless the guy does something. Olympia's fingers flew across the screen. Good. That's all good. Who'd you get to help you? Cheryl didn't answer, and Olympia's phone rang. Talk to me, Niles. This isn't Niles, the man said. It's Chet. Slightly stunned, Olympia sat back in her chair again. Chet, how did you get this number? The Heartwoods are quite well known around here, he drawled. The sound of the ocean coming ashore came through the line, and a flash of jealousy hit Olympia. She wondered what it would be like to actually enjoy this island where she lived. If only she had the time. "Did you need something?" she asked. "I'm quite busy, and I'm expecting a call." "From Niles," Chet said. "I heard." He cleared his throat. "I just wanted to say that the private beach is spectacular." Olympia went mute, unsure of what to say now. Was he being nice? Why? She waited for the backhanded compliment to come, but he didn't say anything else. "I'm glad you're enjoying it, sir," she said, choosing to go with the manager-guest persona. He chuckled, and she could only imagine what laughter would do to those eyes. Light them up from the inside, probably. She strengthened the parts of her that had started to go soft. "Can a guest order room service to be delivered to the beach?" "Of course," she said. "We have staff out there starting at 10:30. "So I'm a little early." Olympia had no idea what time it was, but she said yes, anyway. "Would you like to join me for lunch?" he asked. Once again, Olympia found herself without words. Her heart tap-danced in her chest, but her brain had taken a complete vacation. "Hello?" he asked. "I can't," she blurted. Not only would it be improper for the owner of the inn to dine with a guest, she barely liked this guy. Scratch that. She didn't like this guy at all. He was always taking jabs at her, and just because he spoke with a sexy accent didn't make him kind. "I'm sampling a wedding menu today with my staff." She wasn't lying, but she was glad to have a reason she couldn't eat with him other than she didn't want to. "Okay," he said. "Maybe another time." "Maybe," Olympia said, and that also wasn't a lie. The call ended, and she simply stared straight ahead, no idea what she was doing or how she was feeling. Did she want to eat lunch with Chet Christopher? "Yes," a voice whispered in her head. "Just as soon as I figure out who he really is." She went back to the computer, but found nothing. When Niles called back, he said, "He signed Chet Christopher, ma'am. No car. Nancy didn't ask for ID." Olympia heaved a sigh, her mood darkening by the moment. "We should check all guest IDs," she said. "I agree," he said. "But you'd ask to have him sent back to you, and he paid with cash, so—" Niles let the statement hang there. Not really an accusation. Just a reason why Nancy hadn't checked his ID. "Thank you, Niles. I appreciate it." After hanging up, she sighed again. She needed to know who this guy was. Maybe she should go to lunch with him and ask him. She looked out the window, mentally sorting through her choices for swimwear. Yes, maybe a relaxing lunch on the beach with the gorgeous Chet Christopher was exactly what she needed to do her job. Chapter 4. Someone stepped in front of Chet, blocking the sun on his legs. Annoyance swept through him, until he heard Olympia's voice. "Right here, Tegan." She stood there while someone pulled up a lounger next to his, displacing some of the sand to do so. He said nothing as the chair was placed just so, and Olympia sat down on it. She wore a maxi dress today, and it was long and flowing. He caught a flash of her leg as she scooted back, and then she was covered up. Chet swallowed at the same time the pineapple scent of her skin met his nose. "What's going on?" he asked. "Lunch," she said. "I thought you were busy for lunch." "Right here, yes," she said, ignoring him. The Tegan guy fastened a tray to the arm of Olympia's lounger, to which she said, "Thank you, Tegan." She looked like royalty with her hair all swept up on her head and those overly large sunglasses. She hiked her skirt up to her knees as Tegan outrigged his lounger with a tray as well. "This is the lobster parfait," he said. "It'll be the appetizer at the Butler wedding." "It has mango gelée," Olympia said, picking up the half-sized spoon Tegan had laid on her tray. Chet simply stared at the perfectly crafted appetizer. He blinked, and he wasn't on the private beach in Carter's Cove, but back on the plantation, with servants attending to his every need and serving things like bacon-wrapped chestnuts for lunch. Lunch. Olympia said, bringing Chet back to the present. The wind, still trying to tip over the umbrella, now shading both of them. A few dozen feet away, the waves kept coming ashore. "You haven't tried it," she said. Chet glanced around for Tegan, but the man was nowhere to be found. He picked up his spoon, too, and scooped up a bite of lobster covered in a creamy sauce, what looked like shredded potatoes, and a bit of that pale orange mango gelée Olympia had mentioned. He put the concoction in his mouth, and the moan was guttural, instant. The lobster, tender. The lemongrass and mango, a perfect pairing, with sweetness and tanginess and everything in between. "This is amazing," he said, taking another spoonful from the delicate glass jar. "We cater here," she said. "Tegan's also the chef for Redfin." "I got room service last night," he said. "Who does that?" "We have a kitchen chef, too," she said, her spoon clinking against the bottom of her glass. "What did you have?" "The lobster dinner." He turned his head to grin at her, and she smiled back. Chet did not need another girlfriend. In fact, he never wanted another girlfriend. But something about Olympia spoke to his soul, and she was beautiful. "This is one of the hors d'oeuvres," Tegan said, interrupting Chet's scandalous thoughts. "We have a skewered lamb with an almond mint pesto." He bent and held out a tray for Olympia to take a piece of meat. She did, popping it effortlessly into her mouth. Chet felt like time moved in slow motion as he watched her, wondering what it would be like to kiss her. "Stop it," he commanded himself as he, too, took a lamb skewer. Everything about it was exactly right, from the bright pop of mint to the cook on the lamb. "Delicious," he said. Tegan nodded as if he were a butler and walked away. "How many hors d'oeuvres will there be?" he asked. "We have a range," she said. "I believe the butlers chose 3, then an appetizer, a main course, and then their cake." There was no believe about it. Chet was willing to bet the sizable sum of money up in his penthouse that Olympia knew everything that happened here at the Heartwood Inn. The thought excited him. He used to be in the exact same position as she was, and it was thrilling to know everything, be privy to everything, experience everything. At the same time, a bolt of terror ran through him, because it was only a matter of time before she figured out why he was there. "So," she said, a little too casually. She probably wasn't used to beating around the bush. He'd never been when he was the boss of the Grand America. "I couldn't find anyone named Chet Christopher out of Atlanta." "Oh, you've looked me up." "I like to know who's sleeping right across the hall from me," She peered at him over the top of her sunglasses, her eyes saying so much more than her mouth. Slipping her shades back into place, she added, "What's next, Tegan?" The man had a special ability to appear out of nowhere, and he held another tray, this one with the bacon-wrapped medallions he was used to. "Bacon-wrapped sea scallops," he said. "Oh, my grandmother used to make these with chestnuts," Chet said, taking 2 of them. "But scallops would be much better." Olympia remained silent while she took a scallop, biting it right in half as she studied him. Chet's temperature skyrocketed, and he wondered how much he'd have to tell her to get her to take the lasers in her eyes down a notch. "I grew up on a plantation west of Savannah," he said, really drawling out the city name. "My family was quite wealthy. I guess they still are." "Tobacco?" she asked. "Cotton," he said. "We have a pecan grove, peach trees, all the classic Georgia items." "A smokehouse?" "What kind of plantation doesn't have a smokehouse?" he asked in mock horror. A laugh followed, and he was glad it actually sounded like laughter. "It was all that kept my grandfather busy before he passed." Olympia smiled. "Smoking meat? Really?" "Oh, grandfather loved a good smoked piece of brisket," Chet said in mock seriousness. He popped his second scallop in his mouth whole, the bacon perfectly crispy and the scallop at the exact right cook. "Tegan is a great chef," he said. "It's hard to get seafood and lamb done just right." "It is," she agreed. "Do you have experience in a kitchen, Chet?" "Well, sort of," he said. "What does that mean?" He had the same experience she did. An on-site restaurant that he dealt with if anyone was unhappy. "I've never worked in a restaurant," he said, "but I've eaten in plenty of them, high-end ones." He shrugged like it was no big deal. "My dad was a nut about his steaks being perfectly medium rare." He could see his father's face light up when the steak was placed before him. Chet distinctly remembered the way the whole table held their breath while Dad touched the steak and then cut into it. "He loved Horlackers," he said. "This big steakhouse out in Bloomingdale." Olympia nodded as if she'd been there. Maybe she had, but Chet doubted it. The Heartwood Inn was a family establishment, and she ran it. Just the fact that she'd come down to the beach was probably a big deal for her. "You speak of him in past tense," she said. She reminded Chet so much of himself. "Yeah," he said with a sigh. "He died about 3 years ago." He closed his eyes, glad he'd come to the beach early enough to get an umbrella, as he'd lost his sunglasses somewhere between the last campground he'd stayed at and here. Olympia's fingers felt like ice when she touched his arm, and he jumped, automatically pulling back. "I'm so sorry," she said, quickly removing her fingers. She cleared her throat, and Chet knew in that instant that she wasn't infallible. Thomas had often called him that, but Chet was human underneath the perfect clothes, the tie that always laid right, the polished smile that never wavered in public. The moment he missed his old life passed quickly. He'd much rather sit here on the beach, eating 5-star food and talking with this gorgeous woman than be tending to the rich people, like his father, who thought overcooking a steak was the worst crime man could commit. Oh, Chet had definitely had enough of stuffy rich people in his life. Sorry, he murmured. You just startled me. Coriander chicken with garlic crostini, Tegan said, startling both Chet and Olympia. With red pepper cuya and cilantro. I love cilantro, Chet said, taking a slice of bread. Salsa is one of my favorite foods. Shall I have the kitchen send down some chips and salsa? Olympia asked as she took a crostini, and Tegan walked away. Nothing better than chips and salsa on the beach, he said. Not that he would know, as he'd never actually noshed on chips and salsa whilst lying on the beach. His job hadn't permitted him time to do that. The only reason he'd been dating Carrie was because she worked at the Grand America, and they could see each other on the job. The week or so between her breaking up with him and the whole financial scandal going down had been difficult for Chet. He'd gone into the spa so often to see her, and he hadn't even realized how much of his downtime he spent in the break room there until he couldn't go. Perfect amount of cilantro, he said, the bright herb hitting him right in the taste buds. It's easy to put too much on and overpower everything. Olympia said. He glanced at her to find she'd leaned back in the lounger. She'd bent one knee, and her skirt fell down her thigh. Chet traced the line of her leg before quickly pulling his eyes back to a safer view. We have a dual entree for this wedding, Tegan said, and Olympia straightened. It's a grilled filet mignon with a thyme-crusted sea bass. We have cauliflower mashed potatoes, asparagus, and a merlot reduction. He served them each a stunning plate of food, and Chet couldn't believe this inn could produce this quality of food. Even the Grand America didn't do that. Thank you, Tegan, Olympia said, her voice so sincere. Yes, thank you, Chet echoed, wondering what a meal like this would cost him. He'd been planning to order a cheeseburger and French fries, but one bite of the steak, and he wanted to eat that for every meal. My father would approve, he said. Olympia finally smiled, and Chet felt like he'd just scored a major victory. What did you do for a living? She asked, cutting her fish. Who says I'm not employed now? The fact that you're renting the penthouse for 2 months says that. Annoyance flashed through Chet. You don't miss much, do you? Like I said, I like to know who's directly across the hall from me. Chet heaved a sigh, just so she'd know how irritated he was with this conversation. And just when he'd been thinking about how he could see her again, share another meal with her, get to know her better. All of which was absolutely ridiculous. She was a well-dressed professional woman who knew how to run an inn with dozens of moving parts. He was an unemployed bum who'd been living out of his car for 3 weeks, had been accused of money laundering, and had lost everything from his reputation to his dog by the time everything was said and done. Believe it or not, he said, I worked in the hospitality industry, just like you. Is that so? He felt the weight of her gaze on the side of his face, but he wouldn't give her the satisfaction of looking at her. That's why you felt the need to comment on the check-in procedures. Old habit, he said. And the elevators. They're slow. They're old, she said. And most people who come to the inn aren't in a big hurry to go anywhere. They are somewhere. Chet swiped a bite of steak through the reduction and knifed some potatoes on top. All right, he said. They ate in silence for a few minutes, and Chet cleaned his plate as if he hadn't been able to feed himself since leaving Atlanta. Why did you leave your job? Chet exhaled in a hiss. "You go right for the jugular, don't you?" She giggled, and he snapped his attention to her. She had straight white teeth and ruby red lips that made his stomach tighten. Her shoulders moved in a sexy half shrug, and she said, "Covering all my bases." Chapter 5. Olympia knew so much more about Chet now, and while she didn't have all the answers, she thought she'd at least be able to fall asleep with him across the hall. "I was accused of something I didn't do," he said, those dreamy eyes trained back on the ocean. "So I quit, and I've been on a little vacation." No better spot for a vacation than Carter's Cove. "My thoughts exactly," he said. "A big role in hospitality?" she asked, taking a chance that she could ask him one more question and not get her face glared off. Plus, he'd said he didn't come from a hotel, but she suspected he did. There were other areas of hospitality, though. "Big," he said. An idea had been bubbling in the back of her mind, but she wasn't sure she dared vocalize it. Number one, it would mean spending more time with Chet, and now that she knew he came from wealth, some of his backhanded compliments and snide remarks made sense. He was used to being waited on hand and foot, and the fact that he had to wait a few seconds for an elevator? Scandalous. Number two, it meant she'd be spending more time with Chet, and she couldn't believe she wanted to do that. "Maybe you could consult with me while you're here," she said, her voice a sort of forced casual he'd be able to hear. Heck, she could hear it. "A consultation?" "About the inn," she said, some of her nerves starting to vibrate slightly. "I just took over the inn about 9 months ago. It's my first summer season, and maybe you'll have a tip or two that would set Heartwood apart." There, she'd said it. "Honey," he said, a laugh following the word, "Heartwood is a world apart already." "Is it?" "Absolutely," he said as Tegan appeared to take their plates. "What did you think, ma'am?" he asked, and Olympia almost cringed. She'd never minded being called ma'am when it wasn't in front of a handsome man who was surely younger than she was. "Delicious," she said without missing a beat. "Absolutely wonderful, Tegan. We should have Jen come photograph all of the food for our quarterly. The website, all of it." "I'll tell Gwen." "Thank you for bringing it to the beach," she said, and Tegan smiled at her, flicked his gaze to Chet, and looked at her again, questions brimming in his eyes now. He said nothing as he walked away, but Olympia would have to provide some sort of explanation at some point. But not right now. And she leaned back in the chaise again, and the breeze across her face blissful and the sound of the waves soothing. "Thanks for lunch," Chet said, at the same time his fingers brushed hers. She opened her eyes, blinking to clear the sleep from them as he stood. "I have a snorkeling tour in an hour, and it's on the other side of the island." "Oh, fun," she said, scooting to the end of the lounger and pulling her dress down. She wasn't sure if she'd fallen asleep or not, but electricity zinged through her now, originating where he'd touched her for a brief moment. "Have a great afternoon." "I'll probably see you waiting for the elevator tonight," he said with a grin. And just like that, he walked away, leaving Olympia to wonder how old he was and if she could possibly open herself up to love again. Heck, she'd be happy with a date. Olympia did not run into Chet while she waited for the elevator that night. She'd never noticed how long the elevator took to arrive, but now it seemed like every second lengthened into a year. She found herself tapping her foot and glancing around as if she couldn't be caught standing in this hallway. At this hour, most of the activity in the inn happened near the bar and restaurant, and Olympia rolled her shoulders, which ached from her afternoon at her desk. The elevator finally came, and she stepped into it, ready to get out of her skirt and heels and into a pair of stretchy pants, or no pants at all, and her bed. She'd already eaten dinner, as the time for that had been hours ago, and Alyssa had brought her a walking taco from the food truck fair happening at the park. She'd teased her sister about a funnel cake, and Olympia considered ordering the giant brownie with the cookies and cream ice cream for a late-night snack. What felt like an hour later, curse Chet Christopher and his remarks about the slow elevator, she stepped onto the 20th floor to find the man standing in front of her door, his fist raised to knock. He turned toward her, a smile blooming on that handsome face as he lowered his hand. "What's that you've got?" she asked, her feet screaming at her to get the shoes off already. She nodded to the plastic bag in his hand as she swiped her keycard to open her door. "I saw this thing today," he said. "It was an ice cream s'mores. You use marshmallow ice cream, and the grocery store here happened to have some as they were doing a demo on it." He lifted the plastic bag. "I have the graham crackers, hot fudge, and marshmallow ice cream, and I thought you might like a treat when you finally got done for the day." Olympia stepped into her penthouse and kicked off her heels. She turned back to him, trying to decide if she should invite him in or suggest his place. She couldn't believe she was even considering spending personal time with him. "You look tired," he said. "I'll take a rain check." Olympia was tired, but she didn't want to be told she looked that way. "How old are you?" she asked. 36, he said. "You'd think you'd have learned by now not to tell a woman she looks tired." Olympia flipped her hair over her shoulder, more annoyed with him than she should be. She really was tired. "And Pierpont has amazing homemade ice creams in unique flavors." She half nodded to the plastic bag. "The marshmallow is amazing, smooth and toasty, just like a marshmallow." Her mouth watered just thinking about it. She took a step into her penthouse, still unsure if she'd be enjoying that ice cream s'more. Chet looked like he had a dozen questions building up behind his tongue, and he even opened his mouth before shutting it again. Olympia smiled at him, but she didn't give him a way out. "I'm sorry about the tired comment," he said. "I am old enough to know better, and to know not to ask a woman her age, either." He leaned closer, a devilish glint in those hot chocolate eyes. "But maybe you'll forgive me twice?" Olympia couldn't help the laugh that came out of her mouth. He was so good, and he knew it. "Come on in," she said. "But I am tired, and I do have to be at work early tomorrow. You get 30 minutes. These 40-year-old bones need their beauty sleep." She tossed him a flirtatious look and moved out of the way of the door. It would close by itself, slamming quite hard when it did. As Olympia walked away, there was no crash. Chet entered her penthouse, gently letting the door close behind him with barely a click. Olympia found her exhaustion morphing into excitement, and she hoped Chet would give her a tip about improving the inn while they flirted over ice cream and graham crackers. Chapter 6. Chet watched Olympia sashay into her kitchen, his heart bumping beneath his breastbone while his mind demanded to know what he was doing in this woman's penthouse. "Your place is a lot like mine," he said. "They're mirrored," she said. "And I've lived here for over a year, so I've done some painting, added some less hotel curtains." She flipped a switch, and more light filled the space. Hotel rooms could be so dark, and he liked how hers brightened with just one touch. "Yes, I see your bedrooms are to the left. Mine are to the right. I'm not sure why they're not exactly the same. My great-great-grandfather designed this building. He was one of the first on the island." Chet followed her into the kitchen, and the space seemed big enough for the both of them. "Old buildings fascinate me." "Do they? Is that why you ran away from the plantation?" Chet stiffened, almost tossing the bag of groceries he'd seriously stared at for 20 minutes before crossing the hall. "I didn't run away." "Kinda sounded like you did," she said with a smile. She sighed, a long, drawn-out sound that wasn't born from exhaustion or frustration. It even had an edge of happiness in it. "Sometimes I wish I could run away." Chet immediately wanted to make that happen for her, but he held his tongue. Olympia still had some ice to shed when it came to him, and he wasn't sure why she'd given him the cold shoulder in the first place. "And you can't tell her what hotel you came from," he reminded himself. He'd said a few things at lunch, and they were all true. Maybe they just weren't the whole truth. "Do you ever take days off?" he asked. "No," she said. "There's always something to be done here." "What about when you get sick?" "I can text and look through reports with a runny nose." She gave him a smile. "Besides, I take a lot of vitamins and supplements." "Oh, so you're one of those." He quirked a smile at her, and she shook her head with a giggle. "Yeah, I'm one of those." She opened the bag he'd set gently on the counter. "Ready for ice cream?" "Can I ask you another personal question?" he asked, thinking he probably should let her sugar herself up first. "Sure," she said. "Doesn't mean I'll answer it." "Hopefully it's an easy one." She pulled out the marshmallow ice cream and opened a drawer. Everything inside Chet told him to abandon this train of thought. Let it derail. Make up something else right now. Now. "Do you have a boyfriend, Olympia?" A great clattering sound filled the kitchen as she flinched, moving a lot of the large utensils in the drawer where she was digging. She froze, only her eyes lifting to look at him. Ah, so it wasn't an easy question. "No," she said, and he believed her. "Just checking," he said. "I mean, I didn't think you did, or you wouldn't have invited me into your penthouse at 10 o'clock at night." He gave her an easy smile, but she still hadn't moved. His heart skipped a beat, then two, making him feel lightheaded and somewhat out of sorts. "My last girlfriend dumped me after 2 years together." He hadn't intended to share this with her right now. "Said she was bored, and I never had enough time for her." He half shrugged and reached for the box of graham crackers. "She was right about the time thing." She placed an ice cream scoop on the counter, grabbed the hot fudge, and stuck it in the microwave behind her. With her back to him, she said, "My last boyfriend was married, and I didn't know it." She faced him, pure challenge in her face. "Are you married, Chet?" Surprise lifted his eyebrows, and pure compassion moved through him. "No, I'm not married." "Great," she said coolly, turning to get down bowls next. "How long ago did your girlfriend break up with you?" 5 weeks ago." She started laughing. But it wasn't the high-pitched, girly laughter he wanted to hear. This sound held a measure of disgust he sure didn't like. "Oh, I see," she said. "I'm the rebound." "No," he said quickly. "Save it, Chet. I'm not looking to date anyone anyway," she said. "I'd love to pick your brain about the hotel industry." And I love all the flavors of specialty ice cream at the pier. You come over every night, and we'll eat and talk." Chet didn't like the sound of that. Sure, he liked ice cream, and he did want to spend more time with this woman, but not all of it should be dedicated to talking. "Does that sound like an arrangement you can live with?" she asked. And Chet had the distinct feeling she'd had to make arrangements in the past, draw lines she could live with. "Not really," he said, opening the ice cream and starting to scoop. "But if that's what you want, that's fine." She said nothing, and Chet believed she didn't know what she wanted. He knew he didn't. He also knew he didn't want to be alone at night, not on this beautiful island. It was amazing to him how he'd spent all day surrounded by people on the beach, people at the historic house he'd toured, people in the restaurant, the grocery store, up and down Main Street. And the only one he'd really talked to was Olympia. It was possible to be so lonely, even among a crowd. "I noticed the inn is a sponsor of the surfing championship," he said. "Yes." She broke her crackers into smaller pieces and sprinkled them over her ice cream before turning to get the hot fudge out of the microwave. "What are you doing for that?" "Doing?" "Yeah. Do you have a booth down on the beach? Hand out food to get people into the restaurant? I ate at the bakery this morning and wow, you could make a killing if you sold those ham and cheese croissants right on the sand." He watched her for her reaction. "Some of those competitions start really early." "I'll talk to Gwen about it," she said. "And our bakery manager, Harriet." "I'd have apparel outside," he said. "I saw your gift shop, and you could have visors and hats out easily. Sunscreen, water and sports drinks, one employee to take care of everything. People forget things when they come to the beach." "Then they don't have to walk back up to the hotel," she said. "Or get distracted by the soda shop literally 2 doors down," he said. "And you should have your beachside service running. Offer, I don't know, 5 menu items. Easy things your kitchen staff can make without a trained chef. Pizza and sandwiches, ice cream sundaes. Hire seasonal people just for the week." Olympia scoffed, and Chet looked at her, deciding he had enough hot fudge on his ice cream. "It's impossible to get workers right now," she said. "We already bring in dozens of extra people during the summer months." Chet nodded, a new idea firing through his mind. He couldn't believe the traitorous thoughts, but they wouldn't stop screaming at him. He took a bite of the marshmallow ice cream, the sweetness and toastiness she'd spoken of right there in the forefront of the flavors. "Wow," he said, around a mouthful of cold marshmallow, hot chocolate, and crispy crackers. She grinned at him, those blue-green eyes sparking with laughter. "Good, right?" He swallowed, immediately going back for another bite. "It really tastes like marshmallow. Exactly like it." She finally produced the giggle he'd been craving. "Let's go sit down." She started toward the living room, which did hold better furniture than his, less hotel-like, as she'd said about the curtains. "So, what did you do today?" she asked him. "I could work for you," he said instead. "I can run a pizza down to the beach and back." Surprise lit her face, and she took another bite of ice cream without removing her gaze from his. "You want to work this summer? I thought you were on vacation." "Well, I am," he said, not wanting to go into the fact that he'd had 3 weeks off and he needed something to keep him busy, occupy his mind, get him moving forward again. "But the surfing competition is a week long. I can work for a week. You can see how something like beachside food service does. See if it's worth investing in the future." She said, a calculating glint in her eye now. Chet sure liked seeing that there. It meant she thought about things. Oh, yeah. Olympia Heartwood was smart, and dang if that didn't strike fear right where his heart beat in his chest. Because he could flirt with her all he wanted, show up every night with specialty ice creams, work the surfing competition for her, maybe even kiss her. And she'd find out who he really was, and who he'd really worked for. She was just that smart. Maybe just tell her now, he thought. But he didn't want to leave the inn. And if she knew he'd worked for her biggest competition, she'd throw him right out. "Something else I thought of." He momentarily lost his train of thought as Olympia reached up and unloosed her hair from its ponytail. It fell down in a beautiful blonde cascade that left his mouth dry. He wanted to touch her hair, run his fingers through it while he held her close to him, and kiss her senseless. "Yeah?" she asked, completely clueless to what she did to him. What about—" She licked her spoon, and Chet couldn't seem to form a sentence. "You're acting weird," she said, leaning toward him. "Must be a really great idea." "Popcorn tasting," he blurted, his face heating rapidly. He ducked his head and focused on his nearly empty bowl of ice cream. "I noticed you have a movie night tomorrow. I didn't see a mention of any snacks." "And popcorn is pretty cheap," she said. "Might be worth doing," he said. "Brings families back to the inn from whatever they're doing out on the island. Maybe they'll order more desserts during the movie, or simply get a better feel for the qualities of the inn that will bring them back next summer." "Yeah," Olympia said slowly. "Something to think about." Chet had so much to think about, and he needed a space that wasn't flavored with Olympia's sunshine and cherry-scented perfume. "Okay," he said, standing up. He took her bowl and went into the kitchen with them. After rinsing them out and putting them in the dishwasher, he added, "Better go. I need my beauty sleep, too." She laughed then, a full laugh with her head tipped back and everything. Chet joined her, because she was infectious in everything she did. She walked him to the door and opened it for him. "Thanks for the ice cream, Chet. I'm glad we did this." "Me too." He looked down at her, knowing it was 2 steps across the hall. But he didn't want to take them without the right goodbye. "This wouldn't be a rebound," he said. "You keep telling yourself that." Olympia patted his chest, smiled, and practically pushed him out of her penthouse. Chet stood in the hallway and watched the door close between him and Olympia. Somehow, a smile touched his face, and he whispered, "I will, because it's true." He took those 2 steps and locked himself in his mirror-image penthouse, his mind thinking through what else he could consult with Olympia about. He'd definitely need more ice cream and more ideas if he wanted to see her again. And for some reason he didn't understand and couldn't fully explain, he did. Why he did? He wasn't sure. Carrie had carved out his heart and taken it with her when she'd left Atlanta. So this little crush on Olympia made no sense. And yet, it existed, and he wanted to cultivate it, help it grow, see what it could become. Yes, he'd definitely gone crazy. Chapter 7. "Let's try the cheese," Olympia said, watching the popcorn kernels burst to life in the industrial cooker she'd managed to rent from the local theater company. The buttery, warm, salty smell of popcorn made her inner child so happy. and she turned to Stephen to get his take on the idea. "Okay," the man said. "If you want cheesy fingerprints all over everything." "It won't be that bad," she said. "You don't have kids." His words stung Olympia way down deep in her stomach, someplace she didn't even know she had. No, she didn't have children. No, she wasn't married. She'd dated a lot before Hunter, but since him, she didn't trust herself to find the right guy. Even last night, when Chet said he wasn't married, Olympia's first thought was to verify that information, make sure he was telling the truth. Stephen hadn't said what he did to be cruel, and he poured the cheese powder into the butter-flavored oil and mixed it well. Then he dumped that all over the popcorn in the machine and started stirring it all together with the scoop. The popcorn turned orange, and Olympia's mouth watered. Stephen scooped some into a bag and handed it to her. "Here goes nothing," she said, taking a few perfectly popped pieces and putting them in her mouth. They were a bit oily, sure, but what popcorn worth its salt wasn't. "It's good," she said, tipping the bag toward him. "Really good." He took a handful and ate it, his eyes telling her he agreed before he said it. "Okay, then," she said. "You're on drink and popcorn duty tonight for the movie. It'll be easy. You've got a card reader, and I'll get Niles to get you a cash box ready. $5 for popcorn and a drink. Easy. Done." Stephen nodded, looking around at the popcorn supplies Olympia had already purchased that morning. The Wednesday night movie feature had always been a perk for families. It had always been free, but the inn did allow them to bring in outside food during the movie. There were vending machines nearby. It wasn't like the addition of popcorn would make the event that much better, but it was simply another amenity. Olympia needed to start thinking like that. Yes, the inn sponsored the surfing championship along their 2,000 oceanfront acres. They had been for decades, and that brought people to the inn, filled their restaurants and rooms, got people playing tennis on their courts and golf on their course. The biking trails didn't belong to the Heartwoods, but they were located right next door, as were dozens of other amazing restaurants, museums, tours, and outdoor activities. Everything a family wanted could be found at the Heartwood Inn. But she'd never thought to add on amenities to the championship. Food, drinks, clothing. The inn had it all right there at her fingertips. Might as well get people buying it in a more convenient way. If they didn't want to walk up to the bakery to get breakfast, the inn would bring it to them. "Okay," she said, knocking on the table beside the popcorn machine. "Great, I'll check in with you later." She needed to get back to her office, where Jacob would be arriving any minute. She normally hated talking to the accountant, but she needed his help to make sure they had enough card readers for expanded food distribution. She needed someone to bounce ideas off of about charging food, popcorn, or hats to a person's room. She thought about Chet, wondering what he was doing that afternoon. Maybe he could come to the meeting too. After all, this was his idea, and maybe he'd executed it before. As she walked down the hall, she pulled out her phone and texted him. "Where are you right now? Up for a meeting?" "Dolphin tour," he said. "Won't be back for an hour." Disappointment cut through her, but she simply texted back, "No problem. See you later." That was the best part about texting. No emotion. She thought that would be the end of it, but another message came in from him. "You would love this. We should take another tour together." Olympia paused outside her office, unable to text, walk, and think at the same time. Was he asking her out again? "This wouldn't be a rebound," he'd said last night. She'd shot him down pretty definitively, and yet there he was, asking her again. Maybe she wasn't the rebound. And maybe he's just lonely, she muttered, pocketing her phone without responding and entering her office to find the stuffy accountant already there. 2 hours later, a knock landed on her office door. "Come," she said, unsure of who might enter. Very few people knew where her office was located, so she expected to see one of her sisters or a staff member. Chet entered, carrying a brown paper bag as big as his torso. "I brought dinner," he said by way of hello, and Olympia simply marveled at him. "Dinner?" she repeated. "Yes," he said, setting the bag on the edge of her desk. "I knew you wouldn't stop to eat tonight, and I just got off the tour, which was amazing, by the way. Have you ever taken the dolphin tours here?" "A couple of times," she said, feeling homesick for some reason. It didn't make sense either, as she still lived where she'd grown up. "My parents took us girls when we were kids, and I went for one of my dates in high school, too." She smiled and stood up. "Johnny Carlyle. He was a good date." Chet watched her and then started pulling food out of the bag. "I brought chicken parmesan with spaghetti," he said. "You seem like you'd like Italian food." "Oh, you went to Lombardo's." She did like the entire menu at Lombardo's, but she didn't need to tell Chet that. Her curves and extra love handles told everyone. "Nice guy, that Lombardo," Chet said. "You talked to him?" "His son." Chet set the plastic tray of food on the desk. "I got pasta carbonara, too. Tons of that garlic cheese bread, because how can you go wrong with garlic and cheese and bread all in one?" He grinned as he continued pulling out trays. "And they have a chocolate mousse cake that Vince said I had to have. So I got 2 pieces. "No ice cream, I see," she said, though she'd fight him for that carbonara. How had he known what she liked? "Oh, we can still do that later," he said, a promise in the words with that sexy drawl. She couldn't help smiling at him. Her heart fluttered in her chest as if it had grown wings, and she mentally commanded it to stop. Like it listened. "What did you and Vince talk about?" she asked. "He was out on the street handing out samples," he said. "Meatballs and marinara. Easy to eat on a stick. It was delicious, and I told him he was a smart businessman." Chet shrugged and pulled his chair closer to her desk. "So what did you want? Chicken parm or carbonara?" "Carbonara." He handed it to her, and she narrowed her eyes. These happened to be the 2 things I always order from Lombardo's. There was a question there, but she didn't want to ask it so blatantly. "I know," he said, his green eyes hooking right into hers. "I asked Vince, and he told me what you like." He opened the chicken parmesan and took a big breath. "I'll eat anything, so I figured I'd go for what you liked, and you'd be in the mood for one of them." Oh, she was in the mood for something, but it didn't have anything to do with food. She wasn't sure how she felt about him talking about her to a third party, though she supposed she'd done the same thing to him. He hadn't reacted badly yesterday at lunch when she'd shown up and said she'd been looking for information about him on the internet. "What was it like growing up on the island?" he asked. Olympia stirred her carbonara together, the scent of cream and bacon and peas making a groan gather in the back of her throat. "It was amazing," she said. "Not going to lie." He smiled at her and remained silent, encouraging her to continue. "I'm the oldest of 5 girls," she said. "So my dad was always taking us fishing or biking or whatever." "Not a big outdoorsy person," he said. "Oh, I am," she said. "But I want to wear a bikini and sit in a chair. Have someone bring me fruity drinks and fried cheese." She grinned and shook her head. "Thankfully, my dad got a couple of girls who liked the things he did." My sister Alyssa catches all of our fish each day for the restaurant, and Cheryl does all of our groundskeeping." "Fascinating," he said. "And you're all in the family business." "All of us," she said, feeling the pride move through her. None of her sisters were married yet, though Alyssa had recently, very recently, started dating Sean Newman. Olympia didn't think about what would happen to the Heartwood Inn in the future. In her mind, her future was filled with love, happiness, a husband, children. "You're 40, a voice whispered in the back of her mind, and she tried to silence it with a big bite of pasta. "What about you?" she asked, after she'd swallowed her food. "Who's running the plantation now?" "Oh, my mother has a manager," Chet said breezily. "You don't want it?" "Who says it would be mine?" "You have siblings?" she asked. He nodded, but he didn't jump to tell her about them. "You don't get along with them," she said. "I do," he said, "when we're together, which doesn't happen very often. We're not what you'd call a close family." "One of my sisters might walk through the door at any moment," she said, actually glancing at it. "Eli will take over the plantation one day," he said. "My older brother. He's a lawyer, off building his practice in Savannah, so he can retire when he's 45 and live the life of luxury on the plantation." "Does he really need the money?" Olympia wasn't sure how plantations worked, but most of the ones she'd heard of had old money that never seemed to run out. "No," Chet said quietly, "but he's a lot like me. Needs something to do all day." Their eyes met, and Olympia felt herself slipping in her resolve not to take him up on his invitation to go on the dolphin cruise. Have him over tonight, but skip the ice cream and talking and go right to the kissing. "I have a younger sister, too," he said, exhaling heavily. "Her name's Lynn, and she married a man high in Southern society. It was a smart match, and most of the time I think she actually likes him." Chet gave her another smile, but this one strained around the edges. He leaned forward. "I'm the black sheep, in case you haven't figured that out." His stage whisper struck joy in Olympia, and she laughed. When he joined her, she felt everything inside her soften again. Chet was easy to be with, fun to talk to, and he was real in a way Hunter had never been. Of course, Hunter couldn't be the person he really was, because he'd been living a triple life, maybe quadruple. Olympia didn't want to know. But Chet wasn't fake. Chet didn't always say the right thing. Chet was gorgeous, and funny, and smart, and real. Everything Olympia wanted. But she also wanted to keep her heart whole, and she knew a man like Chet could shred it bit by bit and not even know it. Heck, she wouldn't even know it until it lay from here back to Savannah or Atlanta or wherever he went when summer ended. The scent of popcorn filled her nose, and Chet actually turned toward the door. "Doing the popcorn tonight?" "Yes," she said. "I managed to find a machine from the local theater company that isn't using it. I've got one of my kitchen guys on it, and we'll see how it goes." "Great," Chet smiled, standing as he buttoned the lid back on his plastic container. "What kind of ice cream do you want tonight?" "Surprise me," Olympia said, smiling up at him. "Oh, I will," he said, coming around the desk. Her heart started twittering in her chest as he leaned down, closer and closer. His lips brushed her forehead and slid over to her ear, where he whispered, "See you at 10." With that, he was gone, his long legs moving him quickly around the desk and out of her office. She stared at the closed door, trembling at the heat of his touch, the way his lips had felt against her earlobe. Her eyes drifted closed, and she had the insane fantasy of kissing him that night, tasting whatever flavor of ice cream he brought right from that mouth. She'd just put the mousse cake in the paper bag to stick in her mini fridge in the corner when someone else banged on the door. This knock sounded panicked, and she said, "Yes, come in." Stephen appeared, and he said, "Olympia, you better come down to the movie." "Right now?" It had barely started, and she hadn't been planning to go until later. "Yes," he said, "right now." Chapter 8. Chet wandered up and down the aisles at the Pierpont grocery store, which he'd realized the locals called the Pier. They had everything regular folks could want, but their island specialty aisle was something out of a magazine. In fact, Chet had seen editions of Carter's Cove magazines, and he felt certain a place like the Pier would have a double-page spread. "Can I help you, sir?" a man asked, a cheerful smile on his face. He wasn't the first to try to help Chet, and he liked and disliked the personal touch. "I'm wondering what the very best kind of store-specific ice cream is." He gazed at the rows of containers before him. "I had the marshmallow yesterday, but I was able to sample it first." "You can sample any of our flavors over at the cookie counter," the man said. "But my personal favorite is the espresso." He gazed at the case. "Or the peach pecan, if you're not from Georgia. That's a must-have. And let's see if we have it. Yep, right here. Lemon custard." He selected a pint from the freezer case. "I love this stuff." Chet could tell he loved it, and he took the pint from him. "Okay, I'll try them all." He loaded up his cart with a few flavors. Then he wouldn't have to come back here every day. Of course, he didn't have much else to do, so it didn't matter if he came every day or not. Cooking was his nemesis, but he'd decided he didn't have to eat out for every meal. His stomach hadn't been happy with his dietary choices, and he reverted to his childhood and picked up his favorite sugared cereal and a gallon of milk, a bunch of bananas, some deli meat, and a loaf of bread. Making sandwiches required condiments, and Chet had a real weakness for those, so by the time he finished his shopping, he had more bottles of sauces than one man needed. The smell of popcorn reached him from outside the inn, and he thought he'd run upstairs real quick and then come finish watching the movie. Olympia wouldn't be done until well after that anyway, and Chet literally didn't have anything else to do. As he stood in front of the elevator, he remembered he couldn't just jaunt upstairs real quick, and the grocery bags laden with bottles and pints of ice cream grew heavier and heavier by the moment. Finally, the ding sounded, and he moved forward before the doors started opening. "Oh," Olympia said as they nearly crashed into one another. "Sorry," he said, but he didn't step out of her way. His pulse bobbed in the back of his throat, and he wanted to crowd her right back into the car, drop his groceries, and kiss her. Until he looked into her eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked. "The popcorn was a disaster," she said. "So thanks for that tip." She pushed past him, exiting the elevator and clicking away in those sexy heels. "Hey, wait," he said, but she rounded the corner without looking back. How could popcorn be a disaster? He wondered to himself. The elevator doors started to close, and he was not waiting for them to open again, so he ducked inside. He needed to get rid of these groceries anyway, and Olympia obviously needed a few minutes to cool down. She honestly couldn't be blaming him for whatever had happened. Could she? Chet didn't know the woman very well, but he'd learned that she had deep roots on this island, and at this inn. She was a workaholic, like him, and a perfectionist to boot. He knew what a dangerous combination that was, and he hoped she wasn't headed for the same fall he'd taken. "That's why you guys butt heads, too," he muttered to himself as he finally arrived on the 20th floor. He cast a glance at her door, though he knew perfectly well she wasn't there. The door hadn't latched all the way, though, and he had a devilish thought to go in and see what the penthouse felt like without Olympia there. No way he'd do that to her, though, so he pulled her door closed and then key-carded his way into his penthouse. He put his perishable items in the fridge or freezer and went out on the balcony. Olympia's questions about his siblings filtered through his head, but he didn't call Eli or Lynn. They'd be surprised to hear from him, and he wouldn't have anything to talk about with them anyway. As the middle child, he wasn't expected to do anything. Eli wasn't married yet, but he knew the type of woman he'd need to bring home to the plantation. Chet didn't have any expectations, other than the woman he finally brought home should be able to endure his mother, any stuffy family parties, and the high expectations of Southern royalty, with a smile. No big deal. He thought about Olympia and how effortlessly she seemed to run this place. She was professional and polite to guests, and he couldn't believe he was even considering starting a relationship with her. He'd kissed her earlobe mere hours ago, and she hadn't slapped him, so maybe something had already started. Darkness lingered at least another hour away, but Chet stepped back inside, not in the mood for a beach sunset tonight for a reason he couldn't name. He got out the peach pecan ice cream and had resigned himself to some time on the couch. Knocking sounded on his door, and he turned toward it, his heartbeat jumping over itself. It could only be Olympia, but he hadn't been expecting her for a couple more hours. "Just a sec," he said, getting up and setting the ice cream on the counter before answering the door. Sure enough, Olympia stood there, a simmering anger in her ocean-colored eyes. "What happened with the popcorn?" he asked. "It's literally everywhere," she said. "I had to call in 2 ladies from housekeeping." He didn't see how that was even possible, though popcorn could get spilled, he supposed, ground into carpet. "Did people seem to like it?" he asked. "Come in. Are you done for tonight?" "Yes." She sighed as she stepped past him, so she couldn't be that angry with him. "I don't think we'll do the popcorn again. Stephen was right. There were fingerprints everywhere, and it was all over the carpet, the beanbags. It was a mess." "I'm sorry." He closed the door and followed her into the kitchen. "I was just settling down with some peach pecan ice cream." "Without me?" "I thought you'd be a couple more hours," he said. "I have more in the freezer." He opened it and took out the other 2 containers. "Lemon custard." The guy at the store seemed very fond of that one. "And espresso." "That's the one I want," she said, sitting at the little table in the kitchen. "Chet, you're not giving me bogus tips, are you? Laughing at me behind my back?" Hurt zinged through him. "I can't believe you even have to ask me that." "It's just that it was popcorn," he said. "There were probably a lot of kids there, and their parents didn't watch them. That doesn't mean the tip is bad." Chet stood in the kitchen, trying to get his blood to stop buzzing through his veins. He hated this feeling, and he'd had it way too often in the last few weeks. He felt like he was falling, like someone was playing some practical joke on him. His memories flowed through him to the time when his boss had come into his office and said, "We need to talk." Things had spiraled wildly out of control after that, and Chet had felt like someone had turned him upside down against his will and tied him to a giant spinning wheel. Then they just kept spinning and spinning and spinning. He wanted to get off the wheel. He thought he had. And landing here had been the first time he'd felt settled since everything had gone down with the Grand America. Olympia sighed, bringing him back to this kitchen with this woman. I want to compete with the big hotels. Harbor Honors. The Grand America. He flinched, but she dug her spoon into the espresso ice cream and didn't see him. I don't know why, she said. Their hotels are so cold. They're almost clinical when you go there. Have you been? Once or twice, he said, his words ghosts as they left his mouth. I've had people from their hotels come stay here, she said. I hate the spying, and I have no idea if they liked it or not. It's a great hotel, he said. You shouldn't worry about what those other places are doing. He could tell her what they were doing that she wasn't, and what she did here at the Heartwood Inn that the bigger chain hotels couldn't touch. Harbor Honors barely has a beachfront, he added. You can do what you've been doing and be fine. You asked me for suggestions. In fact, that was all she seemed to want, his knowledge and the ice cream. A pinch started behind his lungs. Had he misread her? He had the time and money to get the ice cream. That wasn't the issue. But he didn't want to be used. No one wanted that. I know, she said. I'm just frustrated. I know it's not really your fault. Do you? He asked, his own anger rising now. And he hated being angry more than anything. Look, I think I've been fairly transparent with you. Minus a few details about his former employer, which had no bearing on this. But I'm not on your payroll, and you can't blame things on me that don't work, and then expect to show up at my house and eat my ice cream. Olympia glared at him and put another bite of ice cream in her mouth. Fine, she said. Oh, things aren't fine, he said. I mean, I may not have tons of experience with women, but even I know when a woman says something's fine, it's not. He took a spoon out of the drawer and joined her at the table, his peach pecan pint in front of him. What do you want? She asked. To be on the payroll? I think you know what I want, he said, refusing to look away from her. I'm not sleeping with you, she said. I don't do no-strings-attached relationships. Chet cocked his head. I don't want that. Did she really think so little of him? You know what, Olympia? I think maybe you just need... Maybe I need to find somewhere else to stay. Her eyebrows creased. Why would you do that? Because you think all I want is sex, and that I might be lying to you to get it. She flinched, and Chet was actually glad. I don't think that, she said quietly. That's exactly what you just said. He folded his arms, the thought of eating ice cream beyond him now. And you know what? Just because my girlfriend broke up with me 5 weeks ago doesn't mean I'm on the rebound. He set his spoon on the table with a couple of clicks. You've made so many assumptions about me, and none of them are true. His heart hammered in his chest, because he did like this woman, and sure, he'd imagined kissing her. A man would have to be dead not to think about that. She had a great smile and beautiful curves, and that hair. Oh, that hair. You know what? She asked. You're right. Chet's brain tried to catch up to what she'd said. I am? Yes, she said simply. I assumed the worst about men since I found out about Hunter. You know, the married boyfriend I had? I remember. Chet should have realized how warped that had made her. How long ago did you find out? Maybe it had only been a few weeks, like him. It's been 3 years now, she said, putting the lid back on the pint of ice cream. She got up and put it back in the freezer. I know I should be over him. I am over him. I'm just not... I don't know how to trust a man. Chet twisted and looked up at her. You can trust me, he said. I'm not here spying on you. I'm just here to relax, figure out what to do next with my life. You're bored, she said with a small smile. Of course I'm bored, he said. I used to work as much as you do, which, by the way, isn't healthy. Oh, I hear it enough from my mother, Olympia said. I don't need a lecture from you, too. He held up his hands in acquiescence. I don't want to argue with you. He wanted her to come sit back down, talk to him, tell him more about herself so he could share his life with someone, too. Olympia seemed to be able to read his mind because she returned to the table and said, There's a bonfire down the beach a ways, she said. It doesn't have anything to do with Heartwood. Would you like to go with me? Tonight? He asked. Tomorrow, she said. I'll take off early and we'll go. He looked at her, indecision raging through him. He slowly reached across the table and took her hand in his. Can I do this tomorrow at the bonfire? A flirtatious grin appeared on her lips. I suppose so. Running his thumb across her fingers, he said, Great, I'm in. Great, she echoed. Now, how do you feel about card games? Card games? I'm feeling like we should play a card game tonight. I'd like to see how you handle losing. Ho, 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 Chet chortled. I see how you are. But he didn't really. She was still a mystery to him. A good mystery. One he wanted to dive into and not come back up until he'd solved it. Problem was, Chet knew more about losing than he cared to admit. They both stood up, and Chet took her into his arms. It was an effortless movement, and she willingly came, surprising him slightly. I'm sorry about the popcorn, he whispered, pushing her hair behind her ear and over her shoulder. Things happen, she said. I know that. I've tried so many things that have failed. I'd love to hear all about them, he said, while I beat you at this card game you're talking about. Chapter 9. Olympia bustled around her penthouse, trying to remember everything she'd need for a romantic stroll along the beach with Chet. She was very careful not to call him her boyfriend. She wasn't ready for one of those, and while they'd survived their first real argument, she'd decided to try to keep things light between them. After all, she did have to live across the hall from the man, share an elevator with him, implement some of the things he'd suggested for the surfing competition, which began in just 10 days. She exhaled, the pressure of running the inn at its peak tonight. Let it go, she murmured to herself as she went into the bathroom to pull her hair up. People always had good things to say about Carter's Cove, but if there was one complaint Olympia saw all the time, it was about the wind. It was July, so she didn't need a sweater, and she decided her white blouse with the pink sailboats on it could stay. But she'd replace her slacks with a pair of navy cotton shorts. A pair of flip-flops later, and she was ready to hit the beach. The bonfire was an annual event put on by the local restaurants and bars, and it featured cocktails, appetizers, and a live band. The goal was to raise awareness of locally owned business, and Olympia supported that cause wholeheartedly. The last thing she needed was another big hotel chain coming in, trying to squeeze out the little guys. She'd just warded off another offer for the Heartwood property that morning, and she knew the line would just be getting longer. Thankfully, the high-rise that had been going up had been stalled by the vandalism investigation. She needed to talk to Alyssa and see if Sean knew anything more about that. It would be great if that building didn't come to fruition, as it would block the northwest view for the patrons at the inn. Someone knocked on her door, and it could only be Chet. She hurried to open it and found him standing there in a pair of black shorts and a pale blue shirt that hung open at the collar. He lifted his sunglasses and said, "Wow, you look great." His eyes moved down her body and back to her face. "I guess I don't need these, do I?" He fell back a couple of steps, never looking away from her, and opened his door. He tossed the shades inside and returned to her, drawing her right into his arms. She laughed as she hugged him. "It's been a terrible day," she said, going for honesty tonight. "So, yes, I'm ready for some fun and relaxation." "Why such a terrible day?" He stepped back, and Olympia grabbed her cell phone and her credit card from the table beside the door. "Oh, another big company wants to come in and buy everything my family has built over the past 120 years. She sighed and tucked her hand into his as they walked toward the elevator. "You know, business as usual." "You do own a lot of property on this island," he said. "Some of it undeveloped." She told him about the family beach cottages, the sand dunes that swelled between them, last night while they played cards. "Yeah, I know, it's just exhausting, dealing with land sharks. They don't seem to understand the word no." Chet chuckled, and they stepped onto the elevator. "Well, I toured a lighthouse today, and it was fascinating." "Oh, the Harbor Bay one?" "Yep," he said. "There's a lot to do on this island. I can't believe my family never came here." "Well, you probably went to Whistle Stop Shores. That's where all the rich people vacation. I've heard there are more vacation homes there than normal houses. People live there part-time." He said, and she knew she'd hit the nail right on the head. She giggled and pressed her palm against his chest. "You do that whenever I'm right," she teased. "You did it last night during the game, too. That's how I beat you so many times." "We were almost tied," he said, his left eyebrow quirking. She imitated him, laughing when he shook his head. "We did go to Whistle Stop Shores," Chet admitted as they got off the elevator and headed for the front doors. "Of course you did. What else did you do as a child?" He told her a little bit about the plantation and a few sentences about his family. "I learned to fence," he said. "That was very important to my grandfather." "Fencing?" she said. "Fascinating." "It was rather dull," he said. "I learned to ride horses, competed in that for a few years. Let's see." They stepped outside, and the glorious pink and gold rays from the sunset seemed to render him speechless. Olympia drew in a deep breath, too, more content tonight than she'd been since she'd learned Hunter had been married during the months they dated. Not only that, but she wasn't his only girlfriend. Thankfully, no one knew about their relationship, and she'd been able to avoid any mention of her in the newspapers and articles that had come out when his other mistress came to light. "This place is stunning," he said. "Maybe I should move here permanently." Olympia's heart squeezed tight, tighter. "Maybe you should. I know my sister's boyfriend just rented a house on the north tip of the island. I'm sure there are places." "I'm restless," he said, his voice taking on a vulnerable quality that made Olympia's compassion roar to life. "I need something to do here." "What? You can't take tours of the lighthouse every day?" She nudged him forward, and they merged onto the walking path that went past the tennis courts on Heartwood property and down the beach toward the boardwalk, where the bonfire would be. "Maybe I could work at the grocery store," he said. "They're always busy." "You have a degree in hospitality management," she said. "Get a job at a hotel, bed and breakfast, inn." The thought of having him at the inn full-time made her heart prance and shrink at the same time. The only way she could tolerate that was if they had a long future together, and she knew what that meant. She'd have to call him her boyfriend, and then her fiancé, and then her husband. Fear thumped through her with every beat of her heart. Was she ready for that? "You went quiet," he said gently. "Did I?" "I asked you how far we had to walk, and you didn't answer." "Oh, it's about 3/4 of a mile. We can get a ride back if we don't feel like walking. Tons of bicycle cabs and such line up at the bonfire." Chet's hand in hers squeezed. "What were you thinking about?" "Honestly?" Olympia didn't want to be anything but honest with him, and that scared her, too. "I'd like that," he said. "Us," she admitted. "I mean, what we're doing." She lifted their joined hands slightly. I'm over Hunter. I am. I'm just... This would be the first relationship since that." "I understand," he said. "You're no strings, and you're wondering if this will last longer than 2 months." "Right." Chet gazed down the path, which they shared with several other people walking toward the boardwalk beach beyond the Heartwood property. "I sure do like you, Olympia." "Let's talk more about you working for the inn next week during the surfing competition." Maybe that could be a trial of how they'd work together. No, the popcorn idea hadn't panned out, but that could have been because of the Thresher triplets. Didn't mean it was a bad idea. She just needed to try again. Try again. The words revolved through her head, but she wasn't thinking about anything to do with the inn. No, she was trying to convince her heart they could try again. That Chet wasn't Hunter. And maybe, just maybe, things between her and Chet would work out. An hour later, full dark had settled over the island, but the night blazed with bright orange fire. She stood back a bit from the flames, as it certainly wasn't cold enough to stand too close. Chet had brought her a frozen raspberry virgin cocktail when she said she didn't drink, and he nursed a seltzer water as they listened to the bluegrass band and took appetizers from trays as they went by. The atmosphere at the bonfire was casual, light, and sophisticated at the same time. The fire caught on plenty of sequins and glasses of champagne as the crowd swelled, but Olympia felt like she and Chet existed within their own little bubble, where his steady body heat behind her made her feel beautiful in a way she hadn't in so long. "Oh?" She turned toward the sound of her sister's voice. "Alyssa!" She inched away from Chet as if she'd been caught doing something she shouldn't. "Sean!" Her sister held her boyfriend's hand, and they both looked utterly happy. A pinch of jealousy hit Olympia in the back of her throat, and she cleared it away loudly. "How are you guys?" She hugged them both. "I haven't seen you in a few days." "Good," Alyssa said with a smile, her eyes moving to Chet. "Oh, this is Chet," Olympia said. "He's staying in the other penthouse right now. Chet, my sister Alyssa, and her boyfriend Sean." "Nice to meet you," he said, snaking his arm past her to shake Alyssa's hand. He did the same for Sean and settled behind Olympia again, that hand coming to rest on her hip. Her sister saw it all. And when her eyes met Olympia's again, they held a joyful, dancing fire of their own. A slow smile stretched her face, and she said, "I'll come see you tomorrow after the catch, okay? We need to talk about the surfing competition and what kind of seafood you need for your new beachside menu." She linked her arm through Sean's and tugged him away. Olympia swallowed, sure she and Alyssa would be talking about much more than the seafood needed for their new menu. The band finished their set, and the lead singer said, "We'll have 3 more songs in about 15 minutes. Be sure to come up to the table and register with your local small businesses to win great prizes." Olympia turned to Chet. "Do you want to stay?" "Yeah," he said. "This place has a cool vibe." He smiled, the firelight making his face shine in shadows and light. Olympia's breath stuck in her throat at the beauty of him, his gentle spirit, the easy way he seemed to be able to do everything from play cards with her, to talk about his past, to meet her sister. She felt mesmerized by him, and she became aware that she was tipping up on her toes as if she'd kiss him right there on the sand, in front of everyone. The spell between them broke, and he said, "I'm going to go find out about buying this band's music. You want to come?" She fixed her hand in his, ready to go with him when she caught sight of another of her sisters. "Oh, my word," she said, staring at Cheryl, who never came to things like this. Not that Olympia really knew, as she usually didn't either, though she had been frequenting the bonfire since its inception 11 years ago. "That's my sister Cheryl," she said, pointing through the crowd. Chet looked, and Olympia added, "Doesn't look like she's holding that man's hand." Chet moved left a little to see better. "I don't know." The moving flames cast shadows in different places constantly, and she couldn't tell. "Can you handle meeting another sister?" "Of course." She led him across the distance between Cheryl and her mystery man. He was tall and wore a white dress shirt that contrasted nicely with his darker skin and hair. He turned toward them, and he had a well-trimmed beard that would have Cheryl's pulse in a tizzy every time she looked at him. Olympia knew her sister, and her whole face glowed in the light from the bonfire. "Cheryl?" she said, when she was close enough for her sister to recognize. She startled, and sure enough, she stepped away from the man half a step behind her. "Olympia!" "This is Chet," she said, indicating the handsome man she was with. "Gage," she said, and Olympia shook the man's hand. He had dark eyes that shone like oil in the dim light. "Nice to meet you," she said, her next question right on the tip of her tongue. "What are you guys doing here?" "It's the bonfire," Cheryl said. "I wanted to get out of the house tonight." Her eyes said so much more, and Olympia suddenly knew who Gage was. The security detail she'd asked to take her home at night. Maybe the guy who'd been giving her trouble was parked outside again, so she and Gage had come to the bonfire. Olympia put pieces together quickly, and she smiled at her sister. "It's great, isn't it?" "I really like the band," Cheryl said. "Did you know the banjo player is Matt Lindstrom from high school?" "Really?" Olympia asked. "I didn't recognize him." Chet leaned closer to her, and she turned her head so he could whisper in her ear, "I'll be back in a minute, okay?" She nodded, and he eased away from her, moving across the sand with grace and power to the table where the band stood. "What's with you two?" Cheryl asked. "You've never said you're seeing someone new." "I'm still trying to figure out what we are." She cut a look at Gage and lowered her voice. "I'm sure you know what I mean." Cheryl just blinked. I have no idea what you mean. Olympia watched Gage edge closer to her sister, and she just smiled and said, Chapter 10. Chet enjoyed the salty night air, the weight of Olympia's hand in his, the silence between them. Other people had quiet conversations on the way back to the inn, but she'd finished telling him about her sister several minutes ago. "Let's meet tomorrow about your paperwork," she said as they entered the lobby. "If you still want to work for the inn for that week of the surfing competition." "I do," he said. "What time?" "How about we meet for breakfast at the bakery?" They turned down the hall to wait for their elevator, and Olympia put both of her hands on his chest. A thrill ran through Chet's whole body, and he looked down at her, trying to decide how open she'd be to him kissing her goodnight. The night had been nearly perfect, with great music, good food, great conversation, a sexy woman at his side. His feelings for her kept multiplying and tangling, and Chet worried he was already in too deep with her to escape unscathed. "Sure," he said. "You're the one with the schedule." 10, she said. "Then you can get your beauty sleep." She grinned at him as the elevator chimed and the doors opened. She took his fingers in hers and led him into the car. "Olympia," he said, his voice throaty and weak at the same time. She looked at him with pure desire in her eyes, and Chet backed her against the wall, placing one hand on that delicious hip and the other beside her face. "I want to kiss you goodnight," he whispered, tracing his lips down the side of her face. "Tell me what you think of that." She shivered against him, and he couldn't tell if she was nervous or excited. "It's been a long time for me," she whispered, her hands coming up around his neck. So she was nervous. "You think you've forgotten how?" Because she hadn't forgotten anything. She knew how to dress to catch a man's attention, what to do with her hair, her hands, all of it. "No," she said. I don't know what I think." The elevator dinged again, and it certainly hadn't been slow getting them to the 20th floor this time. He stepped off of it first, glad when Olympia pressed right into his side as they walked the short distance to their doors. He'd only known her for a few days. She hadn't liked him when he'd shown up, spewing criticisms about her elevators and programs. But he didn't feel like she was using him anymore, and that was good. "Tonight was nice," she said. "I need to get out of the inn more often." "What's your weekend like?" he asked. "We could go do something." She tiptoed her fingertips up his chest again, reaching the bare skin on his chest soon enough. He pulled in a breath, his heartbeat going wild with her feminine touch. "What did you have in mind?" "I'll look something up," he said, his voice hardly his own. "Parasailing or something out on the ocean? Do you like the ocean, Olympia?" "Yes," she whispered. "And you can wear that bikini you teased me with the other night." He dipped his head and pressed his lips to her throat, a sigh coming out of her mouth as she balanced herself in his arms. Her skin was smooth and soft, and he kissed his way up to her ear. "Can I kiss you, Olympia?" "Yes," she breathed, and Chet didn't waste his time. He touched his mouth to hers in a sweet kiss that sent showers of sparks through his mouth and down his throat. His hands tightened along her waist, drawing her flush against him. She kissed him back, and, wow, She had not forgotten how. Her lips were full and tasted like lemonade, and he simply couldn't get enough of her. He deepened the kiss, and Olympia went with him, her fingers trailing up into his hair. He finally gained control of himself and pulled away, his breath coming quicker now. He hummed. Tonight was perfect. Thanks for inviting me to the bonfire. She exhaled and grinned up at him. See you tomorrow. She swiped her keycard, and her door unlatched with a loud click. She pushed it open and stepped inside, turning back to give him another coy smile. Night, Chet. He touched his fingertips to his lips and said, Good night, Olympia. She let the door come softly closed between them, and Chet turned to his own door at the same time a muffled squeal came from inside her room. He laughed and said, I heard that, as he opened his own door and went inside his penthouse. He felt the same way, though, all keyed up with nowhere to go. He felt like he'd been attached to an electric source, and there was no way he could go to sleep now, not with the taste of that woman on his lips and the feel of her fingers along his jaw. Chet collapsed on the couch, his phone lighting up from where he'd dropped it on the coffee table. He grabbed it, hoping it would be Olympia, but it was from an unknown number. Mr. Chadwick, this is Lars Ginsburg at the Kipton Monaco on the island of Carter's Cove. I'm sorry to hear about your situation at the Atlanta Grand America. We have an immediate opening for someone with your skills. Call me. His blood ran cold at the same time his pulse pounced. No, he did not want to go back to the insane work schedule he'd had at the Grand America. But it was nice to think not everyone believed he was a crook, and he did need something to do. Not that, he said, as he tapped out a polite declining message. What would Olympia think if he suddenly announced he'd taken a job with one of those chain hotels she hated? He shook his head and sent the message. Very well, Lars said. Do keep us in mind should you find yourself ready to return to the hotel industry. Chet sighed as he looked up from his phone. He'd loved his college work and his job at the Grand America, for the most part. But he didn't want to return to it, not in the same capacity. Just the fact that Lars was texting him at close to midnight spoke of how much the man worked. Chet didn't want that life again. Just watching Olympia live it tired him out, and he got up and went into his bedroom. His thoughts flew down the road he and Olympia were on. If things got serious between them, could he be the one up here in her penthouse, waiting for her to finally finish working and come home? He sighed as he changed into a pair of basketball shorts and fell into bed. She definitely had strings attached to his heart already, and he didn't mind. He'd never been the flingy type of man to begin with, and while he'd only known her a few days, it also felt like he was closer to her than anyone else in his life. With that sad thought in his mind, he determined he'd reach out to his family the next day, right after his breakfast date with Olympia. So it's just 9 days of work, she said the next morning, all business, right down to the pair of sexy glasses she perched on the end of her nose as she reviewed the paperwork with him. You start on Sunday, and you'll work with Stephen and Gwen in the kitchen to go over the 5 menu items we've settled on. The competition begins late Monday afternoon, and then you're on through the following Sunday night. She slid the packet toward him, and he barely glanced at it. You're sexy when you're talking business, he said. Stop it, she said with a smile. A flush worked its way up her neck and settled in her cheeks. I put an extra day on there so you'll get paid to debrief with Stephen, Gwen, and me, okay? How much are you paying me? 20 an hour. How many hours am I working? He picked up the packet, his eyes sliding over the black and white of it. 10 hours per day, 2 of them at an overtime rate of time and a half. She handed him a pen. Sign it, Chet, and you'll be a member of the Heartwood Inn family. He kept his attention on the paperwork, so she wouldn't see how much that actually pleased him. How did your meeting go with Alyssa this morning? Just fine. She's definitely the nosiest of my sisters. Olympia giggled, and Chet handed everything back to her, the deed done. Did you tell her about us? Nope, she said. I mean, I said you'd be working with us. I didn't detail anything else. He nodded, glad she wasn't the type to kiss and then gossip about it with her sisters. Maybe you can knock off early tonight, too, he said. Let's go to dinner or something, outside the inn. I have Friday night wine until 7, she said. It's a private event our guests pay for, and I have a brand new connoisseur, so I said I'd be there to support her. After that, then, he said, pressing her, and he knew it. She grinned at him and leaned forward in the booth. He kissed her quickly, and she said, Come down to my office about 7, and we'll see where I am, okay? Okay, he said, leaning back in the booth. What are you going to do today? I don't know, he said, though he'd had some ideas a few days ago. Maybe I'll just hang around here. There are tennis lessons I know aren't full, she said. We rent rackets. Chet nodded. Maybe I'll do that. But he didn't want to. He put a smile on his face anyway and watched Olympia slide out of the booth and head toward the door that led back into the kitchens. He stayed at the table, though his food was long gone. Eli hated talking on the phone if he didn't have to, so Chet texted his brother. Just a quick, hey, how are ya? He did the same to Lynn, and his phone rang with his sister's name appearing on the screen a moment later. Chet, she said, her southern drawl twice as pronounced as his. Where are you? Carter's Cove, he said with a sigh. The fact that she was asking meant she knew he wasn't in Atlanta anymore. What are you doing there? Working at an inn, he said, glad he could say that instead of saying he was doing nothing. Sure, he liked a museum as much as the next person, but after 4 days of playing tourist, he was done, ready to go home. But his home was a penthouse in an inn. Charles heard about what happened at the Grand America. I'm sure he did. Her husband had connections Chet couldn't even fathom. I told him it wasn't true. It's not. After all, if he'd laundered hundreds of thousands of dollars through a bank in the Grand Caymans, he'd be there and not in South Carolina. Charles had someone look into it. We're just so glad to hear from you. Chet smiled, though it annoyed him when Lynn spoke in plurals. I'm doing fine, he said. Mother gave me some money to tide me over. I'm thinking I'll stay here on the island. It's nice here. That's nice, Lynn said. I have some news I wanted to share with you, but I wasn't sure if you were ready for me to reach out to you. Lynn, you're my sister, he said. You can call me any time. He thought of the easy way Olympia had hugged and spoken to her sisters last night. That was the complete opposite of his relationship with his. He'd give her a kiss on each cheek, holding on to her shoulders as he did. Then he'd ask her how her husband was and what charity groups she was involved in. We're having a baby, she said, pure delight in her voice. I'm due in November. "That's fantastic," he said, a slip of surprise moving through him. He honestly didn't think Lynn even liked Charles most of the time. She liked what he brought to the table, how he paid for everything, and all the rich lunches she got to attend. She'd probably have someone else raise the baby, just like his mother had employed servants and nannies for him and his siblings. "I want to have a party with everyone at the plantation," she said. "Will you come?" "When is it?" he asked, knowing it would be next week and he wouldn't have a conflict. "I'm planning for October," she said. 3 months. Chet didn't even know where he'd be living, but he said, "I should be able to make it. Just let me know all the details." "I will." He told his sister he loved her, and he hung up, his eyes moving to the bright sunlight outside, the blue sky, the gently waving branches on the trees. He did not want to attend a party at the Chadwick family plantation, certainly not one that took 3 months to plan. But if he and Olympia were still together, it might be the perfect opportunity for her to meet his mother and grandmother. And at the moment, he couldn't think of a single reason why he and Olympia wouldn't still be together in 3 months. This time, he had no heart palpitations about having another woman in his life. It just felt right. Chapter 11. Olympia had just poured her balsamic vinaigrette over her greens when her office door opened. If Chet had brought her another heavy lunch, Olympia wasn't sure what she would do. But it was Cheryl. "Oh, hey," she said, mixing in her pine nuts, goat cheese, and cherry tomatoes. "What's up?" "I wanted to talk to you for a minute." Cheryl sighed as she sat in the chair across from Olympia. "How was the bonfire last night?" Olympia asked, putting a big bite of salad in her mouth afterward. She watched Cheryl, who wore a worried look on her face. "It was fun." Olympia swallowed and pierced her sister with her knowing, older sister look. "I saw you holding Gage's hand." "Yeah, well," Cheryl shrugged, a flush crawling up her neck. "He thinks it'll keep Ricky further away, but it doesn't seem to be working." "No, I think it's working with something, Cher." She lifted her eyebrows, a wicked grin forming on her face. "He's my bodyguard, not my boyfriend." "Yeah, maybe you should practice saying that with more conviction," Olympia teased. "And maybe tell him, so he stops holding your hand in public." She took another bite of her salad as Cheryl started laughing. "He's kind of overbearing," she said. Olympia set her salad aside for now. "But you still like him?" She wasn't asking. "Maybe," Cheryl said. "I don't know." "Where'd you find him?" "He came highly recommended," Cheryl said. "He's worked private security for events on the island for a couple of years. I called him, and he was available in the evenings." "I bet he was. Did you send him your picture before he accepted the job?" Cheryl rolled her eyes. "No, I did not." "Did you get his picture? Because I bet you think he's gorgeous." She knew Cheryl like she knew herself, and her sister lifted one shoulder. "Maybe." "Oh, but he's your bodyguard," Olympia teased. "And he's kind of annoying." Wow, he sounded a lot like Chet. Gorgeous, a little irritating, but gorgeous and kind. And the man could make her feel like a queen with his simple look and the way he reached for her hand. "He's been taking me home for a couple of nights," Cheryl said. "I barely know him." "Does he stay over?" "No," Cheryl said. "Ricky's sort of backed off." "Tell me about this Ricky. We employed him?" "For a few weeks," Cheryl said. "His name is Ricky. Richard Van Nye. He said he was working on a water main For the Oscarsons. That was why he was parked outside my cottage." Olympia frowned and picked a nut off her salad. "But they live quite a bit down the road." "I know. He said the water line was right on the edge of our property." "And is it?" "I don't know. I didn't see it. And Gage said Ricky didn't know what he was doing." Cheryl sat back in her chair. "Anyway, I just came to update you on that. And ask you about Chet. Did you figure out what you are?" Olympia lost herself inside the memory of that kiss last night. Oh, that kiss. "Not really," she said, but Cheryl started laughing. "I can see it in your face, sis," she said. "You kissed him." "Maybe." "Good for you. It's been way too long since you've been out with someone." Olympia didn't want to talk about why. "I know," she said. He's going to work for the inn next week during the surfing competition. I'm getting to know him. That's what we are." "And you get to kiss him good night," Cheryl said. "Sounds like a sweet setup." "Yeah." Olympia pulled her lunch back in front of her and glanced at her laptop. She'd been planning to go through her inbox and organize her emails, get caught up, and then figure out how she could be done with work by 5 so she could spend the evening with Chet. "Okay, well, I'm going to go home," she said. "Gage should be here any minute. He works the ferry in the morning." "Oh, wow. Those start running at 6. "Yeah, he's ex-military. Says he doesn't need as much sleep as normal humans." Cheryl laughed, and Olympia smiled at her sister. She got up and gave her a hug. "If you like him, honey, he could be your bodyguard and your boyfriend." "Jury's still out," she said, her phone chiming. As she checked it, her eyes hardened. "See? Look at this text. What am I supposed to get from that?" Gage had said, "Are you ready? I've been here for 5 minutes and don't see you. Want to go to lunch?" "Is he annoyed with me?" she asked. "Because I'm not standing on the curb the moment he pulls up? Like, I don't need that in my life." Cheryl was bright but soft-spoken, and she sometimes connected more to plants than people. She liked a strong man, sure, but she didn't want to be bossed around. Olympia knew the feeling, and she'd seen Cheryl go out with more jerks than she deserved. "I think he's asking you to lunch." Olympia handed the phone back. "Maybe he's just saying he's here, and he's been watching for you, and he wants to take you to lunch." "Maybe." Cheryl headed for the door. "I'll text you later." She opened the door and said, "Oh, Gage, I'm coming." He looked over her shoulder and into the office, and Olympia raised her hand in a wave. "Just me," she said. Gage smiled, but it almost felt angry, and then he said, "I just hadn't heard from you." "I was talking to my sister," she said. "I literally just got your text. Yes, I'm hungry. We can go to lunch." Cheryl's words got quieter and quieter the further from the office door she walked, and Olympia said, "Good luck, Cher," under her breath, before she got back to her very healthy lunch. "Room service at your penthouse?" she texted to Chet a few hours later. "I'm going to go see my mother and grandmother for a few minutes, and I'm sure everything is booked on a Friday night around here." "We could go somewhere not around here," he answered, and Olympia's blood moved a little faster through her system. She'd love to go on an adventure with him, and she grinned at her device as her fingers flew across it. "Sure. Tell me when and where to be." "You're not working?" "I'm not even at the inn." She looked up and climbed the steps to her parents' house. Without knocking, she went inside, calling, "Ma, it's me, Olympia." "In the kitchen," her mother said, and Olympia moved through the older home that could probably use an update. Her mom turned from the counter where she stood stirring a large pitcher of lemonade. "Grandma's asleep," she said, gesturing for Olympia to join her on the screened-in back porch. She did, sinking into one of the chairs that faced the ocean, a sigh leaking from her lips. Wow, this view. She took the lemonade her mother poured for her with a smile and a "Thank you. Where's Dad?" "Oh, it's poker night for him," she said. "I swear that man, if he's not fishing, he's golfing. And if he's not golfing, he's trying to beat the other 65-year-old locals at cards." She chuckled and shook her head, though she didn't really seem upset by her husband's activities. "How are things at the inn?" "Great," Olympia said. "I tried popcorn for the movie night. It was a huge mess." "Oh, food in a large area always is," her mom said. "We did Taco Tuesday one season at the inn, and it was a disaster." She laughed and clapped her hands together. "Sometimes I really miss the inn." "Come on over any time, Ma," Olympia said, watching the joy fade from her face. "I have an extra bedroom at the penthouse." She hoped one day that she'd be as thrilled about ground-up popcorn in the carpet as her mom seemed to be about their Taco Tuesday failure. It was nice to know her parents had tried things that had failed, too. They'd always had each other while running the inn, as they'd gotten married fairly young. Her dad had only been 23 and her mom 21. By the time her father had taken over sole management and had the ownership transferred, Olympia was 10 years old. She could still remember working in the kitchen, running the dishes through the machine. All of her sisters had started in the same spot, and each had moved on to areas of the inn that interested them the most. Olympia had endured blistering training sessions in her late 20s and early 30s, and her father had taken a backseat role at the inn for years now. "Oh, I can't leave Grandma alone overnight," her mother said. "She's not as young as she once was. Her memory isn't great." She sipped her lemonade and watched the wind blow across the sand. "She fell the other day and didn't even remember it." "She fell? Is she okay?" "She's okay. Nothing fractured or broken. I taped her pointer and middle fingers together, and she seemed good as new." Her mom smiled. "What brings you by?" "I'm trying to take more breaks," Olympia said. "Get out of the inn more." "That place can take everything from a person," her mother said. "Good for you for not letting it." She reached over and patted Olympia's hand. Olympia basked in the compliment and squeezed her mom's hand. Time passed, as it did, and the surfing competition got underway without a hitch. Olympia had decided to simply start with bottled water and sunscreen out in a booth beside the towels they provided for their private beachfront. Within the first few hours, the water was gone and Olympia was buoyed by the success. Chet's idea of the beachside food service really picked up during lunch and dinner times, and their revenue for the menu overall exceeded the food and labor costs by 5 times. Another success. She got to cuddle with Chet after the last pizza was served and kiss him goodnight when they were both so tired they couldn't stand anymore. Olympia laid in bed on Thursday night, the huge championship weekend still ahead of them, trying to tell herself not to fall too fast. Yes, Chet was wonderful. Maybe she'd started out bothered by him, but over the course of the last couple of weeks, he'd become her sweetheart. Maybe it had been an accident. Maybe it hadn't. But she couldn't go giving the man her whole heart yet. She knew this feeling, and it was more familiar than she'd like it to be. So go slow, she told herself, even though spending time with Chet had become her new favorite thing to do. She just didn't want to make the same mistakes she'd made in the past, because this thing with Chet felt like the real deal. Of course, she'd thought that about Hunter, too, and that had been a massive disaster that had set her back for years. Chet's not Hunter. The thought moved through her head just before sleep claimed her, and she dreamed of Chet's light green eyes as they crinkled right before he laughed. Yes, she was in deep with him, no matter how much she told herself not to be. Chapter 12. Chet thrived on the busyness at the beach. His feet may have hurt more than he would have liked, but he couldn't complain about wearing board shorts for a uniform, the tips he got for bringing people pizza slices and corn dogs, or finally having something to do. In the downtimes, which were admittedly rare, he caught up on the surfing competition. He'd never come to Carter's Cove to follow it, but he was enthralled by the men and women and what they were trying to do. He wove through bodies in the crowd, 2 people with their hands up. He took their orders and then 3 drink orders on his way back to the kitchen. With the system he and Olympia had worked out, he had an electronic device he could send orders in with before he even left the sand, and usually the orders were ready by the time he reached the pickup window. "How's it going out there?" Olympia asked, her curves making him slide his gaze down her body and back to her beautiful face. "Great," he said with a smile. "Nina almost has your drinks ready," she said. "Too many for you to carry. Want some help?" "If you're helping," he said, picking up the paper plate with the overly large slice of pepperoni pizza. "This needs a ranch cup," he called into the kitchen. Stephen grabbed a cup and put it on the plate. "That guy over there stopped by and ordered this." He put another slice on the shelf, nodding to the right. Chet took it with a, "Thanks, man," and took the pizza to the guy loitering against the wall. Back at the window, Olympia had 3 drinks on a tray, and Chet grabbed the rest of the food. "Stephen, you don't have to make food from orders at the window." "It's okay," Stephen smiled, and Chet wished he'd had as agreeable kitchen staff when he'd worked at the Grand America. "Let's roll," Chet said, already regretting having to leave the air conditioning. Outside, Olympia delivered the drinks and took the tips, tucking them right inside her bra. Chet tried not to stare, but he failed miserably when she said, "Go on, surfer boy, deliver your food," with a knowing look and that sexy, coy smile. He did, weaving through the crowd to the people who'd ordered. He put his tips in the zippered pocket of his shorts and scanned the crowd. 4 more people had their hands up, and Chet held back the sigh as he put his most charming smile on as he went to take their orders, run their credit cards, and tell them their food would be coming right up. Back and forth, forth and back, more sand between his toes, more sun than was probably legally healthy. By the time the competition ended that day, Chet needed to stock up on sunscreen and water, and he could barely go across the hall to see if Olympia was in her penthouse after he'd showered. "Hey there, handsome," she said, curving one hip into her doorframe. "There's no ice cream." "I'm out," he said, reaching for her in the next moment. "Lucky for you, I have some. Come on in." She wiggled away from him, and Chet chuckled as he followed her, the very satisfying clunk of the door, the signal that they were finally alone. He kissed her the moment she turned from her freezer, the ice cream carton still in her hand. "Chet," she murmured against his lips, barely a protest. He said, kissing her more deeply. He pulled away sooner than he would have liked, because the ice cream against his shoulder blade was going to cause a freezer burn. "What flavor is that?" he asked, running his hand through his hair. "I don't know," Olympia said, setting it on the counter. She opened the wrong drawer for silverware, and Chet helped her by pulling out 2 spoons and turning to get the bowls. She cleared her throat while he scooped the pistachio crumble into bowls. I got another call from that guy at Kipton, Monaco. Chet nearly swept the ice cream onto the floor. He sucked in a breath that made him cough, and he turned toward the sink to get a drink and to hide his face. What did he want? Chet asked. Lars Ginsburg had called Olympia twice in the past few days, right during the surfing competition. Chet didn't know what he was playing at, but he sure hoped Chet's name would stay out of everything. I don't know, Olympia said. I told all the front desk staff not to send his calls to me anymore. Chet turned and handed her a bowl of ice cream. Good idea. She'd spoken to Lars once, and he'd asked her to partner with him on an upcoming fall festival, a pairing of both properties, as the Kipton Monaco sat on the other side of the beach where the bonfire had been. It was a smart idea, in Chet's opinion, but he didn't say anything. Olympia did not take kindly to anyone trying to come into the Heartwood Inn and tell her what to do. She'd thought him a spy when he'd first come, and since Lars had called the first time, Olympia had been a bit more cagey about some of the guests at the inn. Or maybe that was the stress of the surfing championship. He followed her to the couch, where they both collapsed with long sighs. Chet ate his ice cream, the TV in front of him flickering with something. Olympia finished before he did, and she put her bowl on the end table and leaned into him. He liked her by his side. And he needed to tell her he'd come from the Grand America. He took another bite of ice cream. Tell her, he told himself. But he finished his ice cream, staring at the television like he cared about the cooking show there. Olympia? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. She didn't stir and didn't answer. She was asleep, her chest rising and falling in even breaths. Chet licked his spoon and whispered, I used to work at the Grand America. I was their general manager until I took the fall for the CFO and got blamed for money laundering. Lost my job, lived out of my car, showered in campgrounds. He pressed his lips to her temple and leaned back into the couch, wondering if he could just sleep there with her for a little while. Then I came here, he murmured, his voice barely vibrating the chords in his throat. And I met you, and everything is great. And I'm thinking I should stay here. Olympia didn't stir, and she didn't react to his confession about where he'd come from and why. He let his eyes drift closed, hoping when he told her for real, her reaction would be just as favorable. The crowd on Sunday afternoon was so thick, Chet could barely squeeze his way through the bodies, and delivering drinks became impossible. He had to stand down at the end of the line and pass the drink down. He'd lost a couple of tips in the transfer, and he was ready for this weekend to simply end. He'd just put in 5 orders for food, all he could handle at one given time. Olympia had hired someone else to take care of drinks, and the tall, tan woman wearing a 2-piece was definitely getting better tips than him, and more orders from men than Chet had gotten. He stepped out onto the roped-off path and came face to face with Judith Gillette. His mind blanked, and she seemed just as surprised to see him. "Chet?" she asked. "What are you doing here?" She looked down at the device in his hand, her eyes flying back to his. "Workin'," he said, pushing past her to continue back to the pickup window. He should have known better, because Judith followed him. "Working?" she repeated. "Yes," he said, glancing at her classy one-piece in what was sure to be labeled as the color midnight. It even had pearls along the shoulder straps. "What are you doing here?" "My son is surfing," she said, and he remembered the owner of the Grand America had 2 sons, and both of them surfed. "How's he doing?" Chet asked, pausing just under the shade and looking back to the huge leaderboard that had been set up down the beach. "He got out this morning," she said. "He'll be 4th or 5th, depending." "Tell him congratulations." But Chet knew he didn't sound happy for his former boss. And why should he? Judith and Clark knew he wasn't responsible for the money laundering. But it was easier to pin everything on him and fire their nephew privately than it was to let their family name be smeared across the front pages of the tabloids. "We miss you at the Grand America," she said. "I'm sure you could get on here at the Kipton Monaco." "No, thanks," Chet said. "I'm only working here temporarily. I don't even live here." He turned around and nearly knocked over Olympia. She wore horror and anger in her eyes. Her mouth dropped open, but she didn't say anything. Chet couldn't remember what he'd said either. But Olympia gained her composure and said, "You worked for the Grand America?" in a voice much too loud and much too high. Chapter 13. Olympia felt as if someone had lit a stick of dynamite and made her swallow it. The fuse hadn't gone out, despite the saliva, and now she had a ticking time bomb just waiting to explode. Surely she'd heard that woman wrong. The silver-blonde woman stood just behind Chet, her eyes a shade of brown Olympia felt sure other women would kill for. "Well?" she asked Chet. "Yes, but it's not what you think," he said quickly, casting a cutting glare at the other woman. "I have orders to get." "By all means." Olympia gestured for him to go past her, and satisfaction moved through her when he looked cowed by her. He should be. He'd worked for the Grand America. Unbelievable! Simply unbelievable! How many times had she sat beside him on the couch and lamented over that very hotel chain, accused them of sending spies to the inn. Heck, she'd even asked him if he was there to spy on her. Horror struck her right between the ribs, and that stick of dynamite went off. Maybe he was there to spy on her. He worked with strength and precision, loading up the food as Stephen put it in the window. Olympia had been looking forward to cuddling with Chet that night and telling him what a huge success his beachside food service idea had been, asking him to work for the Heartwood Inn as a consultant so he'd stay on the island when summer ended. She had no idea what to do now. "At least he's not married," ran through her mind, but it felt like a consolation prize. "He doesn't work for us anymore," someone said, and Olympia turned, dumbfounded, to the older woman beside her. "Excuse me?" she asked. "Oh, sorry. I'm Judith Gillette." She extended her hand and said her name like Olympia should know who she was. She did, but she didn't want to admit it. "Nice to meet you," she said anyway, shaking the woman's hand, though the touch made her skin crawl. "I love everything you've done here at Heartwood," Judith said, and Olympia wanted to snap at her. She gave her a tight smile instead and went back to watching Chet. He turned from the window, the power in those shoulders deflating. Olympia needed more of an explanation from him, but he obviously wasn't going to give it to her right then. She let him walk past her, hoping her glare held daggers and ice and anything else that would let him know how displeased she was. His sigh conveyed that, but he marched right past her and back out onto the sand and into the sunshine. His shift didn't end until the surfing competition did, and that was probably another hour from wrapping up. She didn't want to stand there, arms folded, and glare for the next 60 minutes, so she went in the opposite direction. In the safety of her office, she paced from the built-in bookshelves to the door, which she'd locked. "I can't believe this is happening again," she said, the air leaving her lungs in a painful whoosh. She'd trusted another man, the first one in 3 years. She'd started to fall for him, told him things she hadn't told anyone else, shared her life with him, only to find out he'd kept secrets from her. Big secrets. Maybe Chet's wasn't as big as Hunter's, but it existed, and that annoyed Olympia until she couldn't stomach the thought of seeing him again. And the man currently lived right across the hall from her. They shared an elevator to get to the 20th floor. "You can walk," she told herself, one hand braced against her desk as she tried to find a way to stand up straight again. "You need the exercise, and 20 flights should do it." A knock landed on her door, and she lifted her head. She didn't want to acknowledge the person, because she wasn't fit for company, couldn't deal with an unhappy guest or a problem at the front desk. "Olympia," Chet said. Or Chet. "I know you're in there. Will you please let me in?" She'd never been able to confront Hunter. Not directly. He'd sent her a text that said, "You know how things are, baby. Talk later." Of course, Olympia had not spoken to him again. She'd never gotten to tell him exactly what she thought of him. But with Chet, she did. And that had her moving across the room and yanking open the door. "Mr. Chatworth. I'll take that name tag." He looked down at his chest and then back to her with bewilderment on his face. "Okay." He took it off and put it in her waiting palm. "Great. I know where to deliver your paycheck." "Olympia," he said, the word filled with frustration and a hint of chastisement. "Can I come in?" "I don't think so." "You're not going to let me explain?" "You can talk from right there." She folded her arms and leaned into the doorway. Chet glanced toward the front desk, but there was plenty of privacy this far down the hall. "Fine," he said, bringing his gaze back to hers. "Yes, I worked for the Grand America in Atlanta. I was their general manager for a decade." Olympia could not believe she'd been such a fool. People didn't just have ideas for popcorn night or beachside service. She should have known. Why hadn't she known? "I lost my job a few weeks before I came to Carter's Cove. The chief financial officer is Judith's cousin. Judith and John, her husband, own the Grand America." He sighed and ducked his head as if he was embarrassed. Olympia leaned closer, not accustomed to seeing Chet so forlorn. "The nephew had been laundering money for a while. I took the fall. Lost my job. Left the city." He looked at her again, his eyes wide and vulnerable. "I was so relieved to be here, because that penthouse was the first place I'd lived in 3 weeks that had actual walls. That bed was the first I'd slept in since losing everything." His light green eyes watched her, an edge of wariness in them when she preferred that sexy glint of mischief. That's it. That's all. Why didn't you tell me? He drew in a big breath, as if the explanation would require a lot of air. I don't know, he said, blowing the air out. You seemed antagonistic toward other hotels, the Grand America specifically. I never brought it up. You never asked. You never asked. She hated those words more than most in the English language. I shouldn't have to ask every question under the sun, she said, everything inside her so clenched her muscles started to ache. I know that, he said. Come on, O. I didn't do this to hurt you. I just didn't know how to tell you. He took a microstep closer to her. And you did ask a really important question, and I answered that one correctly. Which one was that? The one about me being married. He gave her a small smile, a tester for what she knew he could really do. I'm not married. He inched into her office, one hand going around her waist, the other closing the door behind him. He held her close, and it took every ounce of Olympia's willpower not to melt right into his embrace. I'm sorry, he whispered, his mouth so close to her ear. He dragged the tip of his nose down the side of her face. Don't be mad at me, please. I feel... She couldn't continue, because she felt like her insides were made of gelatin. Everything wobbled, and nothing was right. You lied to me. No, he said in that same low, sexy voice. I didn't. I just didn't tell you everything, because I knew it would upset you. I'm sorry. And he certainly sounded sorry. I feel like a fool, she said, stepping away from the sunscreeny scent of his skin. She wiped her hand down her face. It's just... You know, Hunter lied to me over and over. You know that. She couldn't get a decent breath, and she hated that Hunter had this much power over her still. In that moment, she knew she'd never be able to find happiness if she let Hunter control even one iota of her life, her thought patterns, her behaviors, her beliefs, any of it. He'd already taken so much from her, and he wasn't going to take any more. The problem was, she didn't know how to stop giving him the power. Tears filled her eyes, and she turned back to Chet. I'm not mad at you. I think you might be. No. She shook her head, her hair flopping around a little. She tucked it behind her ear. I'm mad at myself. She looked at him as he came toward her again. You really lost your job because of someone else? It would have been a big family scandal, he said. By blaming me, the Gillettes could cover it up, quietly move on, that sort of thing. I hope you got a severance package. I didn't. He touched her hand, a feather-like brush of his fingers against hers. I lost so much in Atlanta, but now that I'm here, I don't even care. He bent down, his face coming closer to hers. Because of you, Olympia. You saved me. You and this inn. She searched his face to see if he was lying, but he seemed genuine. So much stormed in her chest. I don't trust myself, she said. I feel like I've lost the ability to read people. I can't tell if you're lying or not." "I'm not lying." Chet gathered her into his arms, and she did melt into him this time, pressing her face right against his pulse. He felt so solid and so real and so strong. Everything she wasn't. "And you're a smart woman. You can read people just fine. After all, you figured out real quick not to talk to Lars at the Kipt in Monaco." "Oh, my goodness." She pushed away from him. "He's calling because of you, isn't he?" "He's called me, yes," Chet said coolly. "I told him in no uncertain terms that I was not interested in working for the Grand America chain of hotels again." He grinned at her, kneading her closer. "And you suspected me of spying. You're plenty good at reading people. You can trust yourself." "Popcorn night was a failure," she said. "You win some, you lose some," he said. "How much more revenue have you seen move through your dining department this week?" "We're up 500%. "That's a huge win," he said. "Wouldn't you say?" He began to sway, and Olympia couldn't resist dancing with him. "Yes," she sighed into his chest. "I'm so tired." "So let me take you upstairs," he said, stepping back, but keeping his arm around her shoulders. "I'll get dinner and bring it up while you nap." Nap. Olympia couldn't remember the last time she'd taken a nap, especially during the summer season. "Okay," she said. They went down the hall together and rode the slow elevator up to her door. "We're okay?" he asked, his hand still on her hip, while she flashed her keycard in front of the reader. "We're okay," she confirmed. "And we'll be great if you bring me some sushi from Long's and my favorite ice cream from the pier." "Which is your favorite?" he asked. She gave him a smile as she backed into her penthouse. "If you don't know, Chet, don't bother coming over later." Oh, I see." He chuckled, but the laughter didn't quite reach those eyes. They stayed serious, and Olympia let the door close between them. Yes, they were okay, but they weren't the same as they'd been, and she leaned against the door, wondering if she was making a mistake by not breaking up with him. Her heart didn't think so, and it entered an eternal wrestle with her mind. Chapter 14. Chet brought home as much ice cream as he could carry before going back out to Long's for the sushi. His legs, feet, and back hurt, and he just wanted to lie down and sleep. But he wanted to make sure Olympia was okay, too. He didn't want to lose her over an omission. He hadn't seen Judith again, thankfully, and Olympia hadn't evicted him from the penthouse. With the right meal and movie, maybe they could go right back to where they were 5 hours ago. At that time, Chet had started thinking he was falling for Olympia Heartwood, hook, line, and sinker. Everything about her sparked something in him, and he liked the way she made him feel like a better man, motivated him to actually be a better man, and helped him see the good in the world around him. By the time he returned to the 20th floor with the sushi, an hour had passed since he'd brought Olympia home. He wondered if that was long enough for her to rest. In the end, he didn't want the sushi to be stale, so he knocked on her door. She answered several seconds later, wearing a pair of yoga pants and an oversized sweatshirt that fell off one shoulder. Chet couldn't move as he drank in the sexy sight of her. Things between them were definitely okay, if her smile was to be believed. "No ice cream, I see?" She raised her eyebrows. He handed her the sushi. "Be right back." He dashed across the hall and grabbed the bags of ice cream he'd stowed in the freezer. She still waited at the door, but the sushi wasn't in her hands anymore. "I thought your favorite kind was the s'mores," he said. "But then I started second-guessing myself and everything I thought I knew." He lifted the bags, his muscles straining. "I pretty much bought every flavor they have. That way, your favorite is sure to be here." He grinned at her, glad when she laughed. "Clever," she said. "Covering my bases," he said. He put the ice cream in her freezer and turned back to her. Their relationship might be okay, but it was different, too. Things had shifted to a new level, and Chet could feel it way down deep in his gut. It was uncomfortable on this new level, but he also knew it took big steps and leaps of faith to fall in love. He slammed the brakes on his thoughts because he still felt like the ground could vanish beneath his feet at any time. He wasn't in love. "Did you get a nap?" he asked. "Yes," she said, "for a few minutes." She sighed as she sat on the couch, and he brought her the sushi he'd picked up. "California roll," he said, "and I got you the dragon, the honeymoon, and the tiger." "Thank you." She glanced up at him. The serving competition was a big success. "It was, wasn't it?" He sat down beside her, his focus moving to his own sushi rolls. "What did you get?" she asked as he opened his container. "The monster and the avalanche," he said. "Do you like sushi?" "I mean, I'll eat it." They hadn't been out for sushi from Long's yet, but Olympia had talked about it. He knew what she liked, as it wasn't hard to remember the names of her rolls. But as he'd stood in front of that huge specialty roll menu, he'd had a hard time deciding for himself. "The avalanche is great," she said. "Crab and cucumber." He took a bite, and, yeah, it was okay. The avocado was nice, along with the salmon and the jalapeno. They ate in silence for several minutes, and Chet closed the lid on his food before he'd finished it. "I can't believe a Southern boy doesn't like sushi," she said. "I mean, we ate fish," he said. "Cooked fish. My father had a real weakness for crab and lobster." "And you?" she asked, leaning away from her food, too. "What do you have a real weakness for?" "You?" he wanted to say, but didn't. "Oh, I don't know," he said. "French fries?" Olympia smiled at him. "What are you going to do in Carter's Cove now?" He looked at her, a blip of fear moving through him. "I paid for 2 months." "I know," she said, her voice pitching up. "I was just wondering what you were going to do. Stay? Leave?" "Olympia," he said, reaching for her hand. "What do you want me to say?" "What you're going to do." "I think you want me to say one thing, but do the other." "No." She pulled her hand away and stood. From the kitchen, she made a lot of noise pulling out bowls and the ice cream scoop before settling in front of the fridge. "I was thinking I'd stay," he said, feeling like everything he said and did was wrong. "Find a low-key job that will allow me to pay my bills, be a beach bum the rest of the time." She flashed him a smile that chilled him all the way through. "The key lime pie is my favorite." Olympia held up the container and then got busy scooping it out. "What do you think of that?" he asked. "I think you should do what you want," she said. Chet repressed his sigh. "I was going to apply at the inn, see if there's something I can do here." She didn't say anything, and that answered everything. I'm going to go, he said. Enjoy the ice cream. You aren't going to stay? You seem kind of... He couldn't finish, because he already felt like he'd been dropped in boiling water. Kind of what? Olympia asked. Hostile, he said as he walked away. Hostile? She demanded. Chet, wait a second. He put his hand on the doorknob and turned back to her. She wore a perfect storm on her face, and she stopped a healthy distance from him. I don't need all of this ice cream. I'll come help you finish it another night, he said. It just seems like you don't want me here tonight, and that's fine. You process, decompress, whatever you need to do. He wanted to sweep a kiss across her forehead, but he stayed right where he stood. Her chin wobbled, and she spun away from him. I don't know what I need to do. You'll figure it out, he said. You're seriously one of the smartest women I've ever met. With that compliment hanging between them, he left her penthouse. The door cracked closed behind him, and he could only hope that when she figured out what to do, it wasn't to break up with him. Chet didn't see Olympia the next morning, but he stayed in his half of the 20th floor until the bakery was sure to be out of all their breakfast pastries. He didn't have anything on the agenda, as the debrief he was supposed to have with Olympia had been canceled. He had no real bills here, no water, no electricity. He'd paid to live for several more weeks, and the days stretched before him, just time with nothing to do. The first day was fine. He'd probably walked 20 miles back and forth from the pickup window and out to the beach in the past week. But by day 2, he needed something to occupy his mind. Olympia had texted last night, too, claiming she was too tired. Even for ice cream? He'd asked, and she'd confirmed that, yes, even for ice cream. What she really meant was she didn't want to see him anymore. By day 3, he was so desperate, he called his mother. Chet, darling, she said. Lynn said you're working at an inn in Cotter's Cove. She said it like he'd gone to the ghetto and taken the first job he could get. Sort of. What does that mean, sort of? It means I'm in Cotter's Cove, but my job at the inn was temporary. So what are you doing now? Looking for another job. You should come... Mom, I'm not coming back to the plantation. Why not? Eli has no girlfriend. He seems abhorrent to the idea of a girlfriend. Who's going to run this place if I die? Well, we all die, Mom, Chet said, regretting the words. Your time is a long way off, so don't worry. I'm sure Eli will find someone soon enough. What about you? What about me, Mom? Why are you on Cotter's Cove? We always went to Whistle Stop Shores. I know that. He couldn't believe he'd stooped to this level, though he did love his mother. I don't know, he said. This place has a lot of charm, and they had a room available, which Whistle Stop Shores did not. If you need a place to stay, I'm fine, Mom, he said, not wanting to be rude. Did Lynn decide on a date for her party? Oh, yes, his mother said, and that got her talking, her words coming a mile a minute. Chet didn't mind. If she was talking, he didn't have to. By that evening, Chet couldn't take the silence anymore. It wasn't true silence, either, because Olympia had texted him several times over the course of the last 3 days. But he wanted more than friendly texts with the woman who'd kissed him so passionately. He walked to the door and had it open before he paused. He'd gone after Carrie, too, and that had ended badly. Maybe he just needed to lick his wounds and let Olympia come to him. Before he could go back inside, the elevator dinged and the woman he couldn't stop thinking about got off. Her focus stayed on her phone, and she didn't notice him until he cleared his throat. "Oh!" She jumped, her hand flying to her chest. "You scared me." "I'm thinking about that key lime ice cream." "I finished that," she said, "but there's lots of other flavors." She swiped her keycard and pushed the door open when the light flashed green. "Help yourself." She held the door open as if he'd go inside her place without her. "Where are you going?" he asked. Something just came up. Her eyes left her device for less than a second, and he couldn't decide if she was snubbing him, or nervous, or what. "Well, I'm not going to eat it without you," he said. "It's fine," she said. "No," Chet said forcefully enough to get her to finally look at him. "It's not fine. We're not fine." He couldn't get a decent breath. "What do you want to do? Are you breaking up with me?" That terrified look crossed her face again. "I think we probably should." "Why? Because I worked for a rival hotel long before coming here?" "Because of me," she said. "I thought I was ready to date, and you're great. I'm just—" "Olympia, you're great," he said, taking a step toward her. She backed up, letting her door slam closed. "I just need a little more time." 3 years seemed like plenty of time to Chet. But he couldn't say that. If she wasn't over her ex-boyfriend, married or not, by now, she was never going to get over him. Chapter 15. Olympia watched Chet walk back into his penthouse, the door closing between them. At least she didn't have to run off again, when all she wanted to do was get out of her heels. She had nowhere to go, and nothing had come up, besides Chet standing outside her door. Which was stupid, as she'd been waiting for 3 nights now for him to show up outside her door. "You're a mess," she muttered to herself as she went into the penthouse. She was secretly glad he hadn't come in and seen just how much of the ice cream she'd consumed. She ate it for breakfast and dinner, supplementing her diet with a salad for lunch. She stood in front of the freezer, dangerously close to tears, as she reached for a container of cookie mint. It wasn't her favorite, but ice cream could solve almost any problem. It hadn't helped her much these past few days, but she had a feeling she'd need a professional for her problems. She'd done nothing about that either, and now she'd lost Chet. She stilled, the realization of what had just happened in the hallway hitting her hard. A moan started somewhere in the back of her throat, and the tears streamed down her face. Grabbing a spoon, she headed down the hall to her bedroom, because the only thing better than eating ice cream was eating ice cream in bed. The clock had barely ticked to 10:30 when someone knocked on her door. It wasn't Chet, that much was obvious. So Olympia got off the couch, fully expecting to see one of her sisters on the other side of the door. Gwen, maybe, as one of Olympia's first stops in the morning was the kitchen. Or Cheryl, who often saw Olympia and kept her up to date on the grounds. With the surfing competition over, the beach should be cleaned up and raked by now. A huge job Cheryl had been overseeing almost single-handedly. But it was Celeste on the other side of the door, and she wore a look of concern on her face and a professional skirt suit in a shade of blue that made her complexion look downright porcelain. "You're sick?" she demanded, looking over Olympia's shoulder as if the germs would be visible in the penthouse. "I don't feel well," she said. Not a lie. Technically, she wasn't sick, but she definitely didn't feel like working today. The inn would survive without her for one blasted day. Celeste muscled her way into the apartment, and Olympia realized, too late, that she hadn't taken the trash out in days. "Oh, honey," she said, lifting up one of the empty ice cream pints. "What's going on here?" "Nothing." Olympia grabbed for the empty pumpkin pie carton. "I just haven't cleaned up in a few days." "Or eaten anything but ice cream." Celeste opened her fridge and peered inside. "This has to do with the hot man across the hall, doesn't it?" "He's not that hot," Celeste scoffed. "Honey, he's 1 degree away from the sun." She faced Olympia. "And word in the lobby is you two broke up." A pinch started beneath her ribs. "Who said that?" "Oh, just Gwen," Celeste said with a smile. "She said there's been some trouble in Paradise lately." "It's fine," Olympia said, crawling back onto the couch. "I'm fine." "Oh, you're wearing a robe, but you haven't showered or brushed your hair or teeth. You're not fine." No, she wasn't, but she didn't know what to do about it. "I think I'm broken inside," she whispered. She felt like part of her had cracked off 3 years ago, and she'd never be whole again. Celeste joined her on the couch, and Olympia laid her head in her sister's lap. "I vowed I'd never fall as hard for someone as I fell for Hunter." "He doesn't deserve any more of your time," Celeste said kindly. "Oh, I know I'm not the fun sister, or the one you share everything with. But you've been so happy these past few weeks." "I did it again," she said. "I fell too hard, and now I'm all cracked again." "And what did this guy do?" Before Olympia could answer, another knock came at her door. Celeste got up to answer it, and both Gwen and Cheryl entered. "Oh, it's bad," Gwen said, looking at Cheryl. Olympia sat up so there would be room for everyone. "I'm fine, guys," she said. You didn't come to work?" Gwen perched on the edge of the armchair. "I can't remember the last time you didn't come to work." "I can," Cheryl said. "And that was only because the National Weather Service had issued a mandatory evacuation of the island for Hurricane Peter." "That doesn't count," Gwen said. "No one came to work that day. I meant a normal day of work." "Oh, well, Olympia's not normal." Cheryl had never spoken truer words, and Olympia felt herself splintering again. The love of her sisters helped, and she finally lifted her eyes to look at all of them. "I think I need to see a counselor, a therapist, something. I mean, Chet's a great guy, and I freaked out over him working for the Grand America." "He works for the Grand America?" Cheryl asked at the same time Gwen said, "Was he spying on us?" So at least she wasn't the only one shocked by that news, and had immediately jumped to the spying prospect. "He used to," she amended. "And no, he's not spying on us." "Then why have you made yourself sick with all this ice cream?" Celeste asked. "Because I feel duped," she said. "Again. Why can't I find a nice, honest, upright man who looks like he could win a bodybuilding contest? Is that too much to ask?" "Ew, yes," Gwen said. "You don't want a bodybuilder. They oil themselves up." "So do surfers, and you like them," Cheryl pointed out, earning herself a glare from Gwen. "I'm just saying. And they shave everywhere, oh." Gwen shook her head. "Nope, no bodybuilders." "This conversation is so irrelevant," Celeste said, lifting one hand. Olympia was starting to feel better, though, the easy bickering her sisters had always been so good at, comforting her. "We're here to show Olympia that she's not sick, and that she needs to march across the hall and kiss that man." "Oh, he's not there," Cheryl said. Olympia whipped her attention to her. "What?" "He got off the elevator when we got on," she said, looking at Gwen. "And Alyssa just texted to say she's on her way up, but she saw him get in a cab with a bag." He was gone, and Olympia went hollow inside. Her sisters continued to talk, and someone let Alyssa in at some point. She wasn't sure what was said. She may have nodded a few times, and then Gwen ordered room service for lunch, and Alyssa passed out bowls of chocolate-covered, crispy rice cereal ice cream. While playing hooky the next day, Olympia sat on her parents' front porch for about 20 minutes before she heard anyone moving around inside the house. She'd been up for hours, and she'd answered email and made a few phone calls from the safety of her penthouse. Then she realized Chet wasn't there anymore, and she could leave her house, go to work, do whatever she normally did. The problem was, her definition of normal had shifted, changed. In fact, it was so far off the axis of where she put her focus for the past few years that she didn't know what to think. "Morning," she said as she entered the house. Coffee scented the air, and if she was lucky, her grandmother would make bacon and eggs. "Oh, Olympia!" Her mother looked up from the counter where she stirred sugar into her brew. "What brings you by?" "Nothing," she said, but that was so far from the truth she couldn't even mask it. Her mom stopped stirring, only glancing toward the hall when Grandma came patting down it. "Morning, Mom. Here's your coffee." She passed the mug to Olympia's grandma and went about making another cup. She gave it to Olympia as Grandma opened the fridge. "How does bacon and eggs sound?" she asked in her gravelly voice. "Heavenly," Olympia sighed into her mug. "How are things at the inn?" Her mom sat down at the table, her own coffee finally in her hand. "About the same," Olympia said, realizing for the first time that her whole life did not need to be about the inn. She'd ignored her job for a full 24 hours, and nothing had crashed. Nothing had burned. Everything ran just fine without her. "Mom," she said, glancing around for her father. She didn't see him, and she deduced he'd probably gone fishing. "How did you know you loved Dad?" "Oh," surprise crossed her mother's face. "I don't know, sweetie. I just did." So not helpful. Olympia sighed again as the perfect salty scent of bacon filled the air. "He's the better one to ask about this," her mom said. "Yeah? Why?" "We dated for a while," her mom said, "and then he broke up with me." Olympia abandoned her mug. "What? I've never heard this story." Her mom smiled and nodded, sipping so slowly, painfully slow. "Yeah, he eventually came back, and he said he was just scared. He was the oldest son, you know, and he had to have someone who would inherit and run the whole inn with him. For generations. It was a big deal to him." Olympia could relate, because she was the oldest, but she hadn't once worried about Chet not being able to be at her side as she ran the inn. Not once. In fact, she'd never worried about anything with Chet. "What did he do?" she asked. "He talked to me," Grandma said, entering the conversation. "And I told him he better not lose the best thing God had put in his life." She beamed at Olympia's mother and went right back to the stove. Her mom watched her mother-in-law for a few minutes, pure love on her face. When she looked at Olympia again, she asked, "What's going on, sweetie?" I met a guy, she said, her voice low and weak, exactly how she hated it. Exactly the opposite of who she was and how she acted around the inn. She paused, thinking. No, she could be weak, too. She wanted to be with Chet. She wanted to be able to come home to him each night and shed off her tough guy skin. Be real. She cleared her throat. I met a guy, she said again. And it was kind of an accident how we started dating. But he's great and wonderful. And we didn't get along so great at first. But then we did. And he's smart and handsome. And then I found out he worked for the Grand America and didn't tell me. The familiar pain and doubt zoomed right back into her mind. She shook her head, wishing those feelings would go as easily. And I just feel like, how can I trust myself? The whole thing with Hunter, and now Chet. She looked at her mother to find that unadulterated love still shining on her face as she listened to Olympia. I just feel like I need a booklet of questions to ask men before I start falling for them, Olympia said. Then it'll be safe. I won't get hurt. Oh, sweetie. Her mom cradled her face with one warm hand. Falling isn't safe. Nothing about it is. Just ask Grandma and her hip. Olympia smiled, but her heart still thrashed in her chest. You're a smart woman, Olympia. Don't get too far inside your own head. You know how you feel about this man, and you know it's right. Grandma set a plate of bacon on the table, shuffling back into the kitchen to get the eggs. Don't doubt yourself, her mom finished. Right, Ivana? That's right, she said. You run an inn with hundreds of employees. You know exactly what you're doing. Your relationship with him was no accident. She nodded once like that was that, and then she reached for the bacon. Now, eat up. Eggs aren't good cold. Olympia chuckled as she filled her plate with bacon and eggs. Her heart tapped out a normal rhythm, and as she laughed with her mom and Grandma, the truth of their words started to sink in. Once back at her penthouse, she bypassed the ice cream in favor of her phone. Your relationship with him was no accident. Maybe Chet wasn't her accidental sweetheart. Maybe she was supposed to be with him. Now she just needed to be brave enough to dial Chet's number. Chapter 16. Chet woke in a strange place, the stale smell in the air disorienting him for a moment. He had a flashback of those 3 weeks on the road after he'd lost his job. He'd woken up like this every morning during that time, and he hated not knowing where he was. The plantation, he sighed as everything came rushing back to him. Olympia had broken up with him. He'd packed a small bag so he couldn't stay forever and gotten his car out of storage the next morning. The drive had been long, but only because Chet went 15 under the speed limit the whole time, arriving at the plantation near nightfall. That hadn't stopped his mother from crying into his shoulder, and Chet had been up half the night wandering the mansion and standing in the gardens as the night bugs sang. Now the sunshine streamed through the window, and he wondered what time it was. Almost noon, and no one had bothered him. Probably because they can't use the stairs, he muttered. His mother and grandmother both lived on the main floor now, and yes, they had old bones that didn't use the stairs much. Two live-in servants still worked here, and Chet actually found that he was relieved his aging family members had someone to look out for them should something happen. Of course, Lynn only lived 20 minutes away, but she was extraordinarily busy for a woman who didn't have a paying job. He hadn't wanted to come to the plantation, but he'd found he couldn't stay at the Heartwood Inn with Olympia right across the hall, but so far out of his reach. Everything and everyone felt out of Chet's reach. His mother, his siblings, his future. He knew he could stay at the plantation indefinitely, but he also knew boredom would consume him by tomorrow morning. And if that didn't do the job, irritation surely would. Despite both of those, he showered, dressed, and went downstairs. Nobody stirred in the kitchen, though someone had been there. Old coffee sat dormant on the pot, long cold. Lunch wasn't on yet, and he stepped out the huge back doors to the wide spread of land behind the mansion. Everything was pruned and clipped to exact perfection. He loved these gardens as a boy, but now they just represented a lot of hours of work. "There you are, dear," his mother said, and he turned to his left to find her with his grandmother sipping tea. A plate of cookies sat in the middle of the table, and he grabbed one as he sat down with them. "Sorry to sleep so long," he said, though he wasn't really sorry. "You've had a rough few weeks," his mother said knowingly. Chet should have known that when Lynn had said Charles had heard about what happened at the Grand America, that meant everyone in the family would know too. His mother had questioned him about it almost instantly upon his arrival last night, and he'd told her the whole story. At least she seemed to believe him. It had been just over 6 weeks since he'd lost his job, and the last few had actually been pretty great. Everything that had happened since he'd stepped foot on the island of Carter's Cove had been great. His lungs pinched, but they kept breathing. He knew it would take more than a little crack in his heart to stop them. Still hurt, though. "Did you want breakfast, dear?" she asked, her hand already going up. A man appeared almost instantly, and Chet wanted to wave him back. "I'm fine, Mother." "He wants coffee," she said, and Chet met the man's eyes. He hoped they said, "I'm sorry." At the same time, his mouth said, "Black, please." "Right away, sir." The butler left, and Chet looked out at the huge pecan trees in the yard. "You seemed sad," his grandmother said, her words shaking. It must take her an hour to get up and get into her gown for the day. Chet watched her for a moment, thinking she must be bored out of her mind. Of course, she'd never known any different. She'd lived on this plantation, too, before Chet's father was born. She probably knew nothing else. "I'm okay," he said, giving her a smile. "Okay," his mother repeated. "You have no job, and you're living in a hotel on an island." "It's an inn, Mother," he said, "not a hotel." "What's the difference? Honestly." Chet pressed his lips together and squinted out into the meadow. The Heartwood Inn was different, and Chet struggled to put his finger on why. He thought of his time at the Grand America and how it compared, and suddenly everything made sense. "The inn has a heart," he said. "Hotels don't." Fitting that it's named the Heartwood Inn, he thought. He knew it was Olympia's last name, but there was a genuine pulse there. Complete care. The down-home touch they advertised was very real. "What are you doing there?" his mom asked again. She'd already suggested he go to Whistle Stop Shores and find work there, or come home to the plantation, though there was no work to be done here. "I'm consulting," he said. "There are dozens of hotels on the island. It's a hugely popular place for tourists." His mom made a scoffing noise and picked up her tea. "Are you seeing someone, dear?" his grandmother asked. Chet couldn't contain the wince, and that answered the question. "Ah, that's why he's sad," his grandmother said. She definitely had a lot of years under her belt, but her eyes radiated wisdom and kindness, and Chet couldn't help feeling a measure of love for her. "I did meet a woman," he said, "and yes, she broke up with me." "Why?" his mother asked. "Is she nice? You never mentioned a woman." "It wasn't a very long relationship," Chet said. "We work together. She lives across the hall from me in the inn." "She sounds lovely," his grandmother said. "Lovely?" his mother demanded. "Clancy, he didn't even say anything about her." But Olympia was lovely, and Chet just smiled at the two women in his life that would never leave him alone. The butler arrived with his coffee, and Chet took it from him with a murmured expression of gratitude. He sipped, thankful his mom wasn't firing questions at him at the speed of light. She probably just needed more time to get them all in her arsenal. "I'm going for a walk," he said a few minutes later. "I'll see you ladies later." "Lunch will be ready in half an hour," his mother called after him, and he raised his hand to indicate that he'd heard her. He didn't know what was on the menu, but he was sure it wouldn't be what he wanted. Probably salmon loaf or something as equally disgusting. A smile touched his lips at the thought of the childhood dish he'd hated. The plantation had a walking path through it, and Chet had explored every inch of it in the past. His mind wandered as he walked, first to his father, and then back to Carter's Cove and Olympia. "I think I really like this woman," he whispered to the towering trees. In the next few moments, he arrived at the family burial grounds, shocked that he'd come here without thinking too hard about it. His father's headstone was definitely the newest and cleanest, and someone took great care of it, probably his mother. "Hey, Dad." He crouched down and traced his fingers along the lines of his father's name. Then their last name, Chadwick, spread across the top of every headstone. So prominent, a name that meant something. Chet had never been embarrassed of his name, until the scandal at the Grand America. "Maybe I need a fresh start," he said to the gravesite. "Maybe I should go back to the inn and introduce myself all over again. See if she'll take me back." He'd known honesty was important to Olympia. He'd known, and still not said anything about who he really was and why he'd really come to Carter's Cove. She had a right to be angry. He just didn't think she'd end everything because of it. Or had he thought that? He shook his head, the crippling thoughts too much at the moment. "Maybe I should have come back here," he said, straightening. That idea felt false, though, and it left his mind. Running back home to the plantation had never served him well, and he'd done the right thing by bumming around until he landed at the Heartwood Inn. He was supposed to be there. He just knew it. So do something about it. The thought streamed through his mind, but he wasn't sure it belonged to him. What am I supposed to do? He asked the generations of Chadwicks that had come before him. Go knock on her door and demand she talk to me? It wasn't the worst idea he'd ever had, but he liked the one of showing up and using his real name and detailing his real history with Olympia much better. He turned away from the little cemetery, still not crystal clear on what his next step should be. He knew he wouldn't stay at the plantation for much longer, and he knew he'd be returning to the inn. His phone rang, and he pulled it out of his pocket to check the number. His heart dropped to the soles of his feet and rebounded painfully back to its rightful spot. Olympia. Time rushed forward, and he slid the call open. "Hello?" he asked, sure one of her sisters had gotten a hold of Olympia's phone and was about to tell him off. "Hey," Olympia said. "I'm so sorry to call. I meant to call. I did call. A smile bloomed across his whole face. She'd called him. She exhaled, and Chet imagined her centering herself, calming down, putting on that sexy, "I'm in charge here" mask. "Where are you?" she asked. "And how fast can you get back to the inn?" "I went to visit my mother," he said. "I'm about an hour away." That was if he left right now. But he didn't know where Thornton had taken his car, and he needed to pack, provide an explanation. "Oh, well, you should stay and enjoy your visit." Chet frowned. "I don't want to be here. Do you need me at the inn?" "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, I need you at the inn." That was all Chet needed to hear, and he started striding back to the mansion. "I'll be there soon." Chapter 17. Olympia sat at her desk in her office, staring at the screen without really seeing anything. It felt like several hours had passed since she'd whispered that she needed Chet at the inn, but she blinked enough to get the clock to come into focus, and it had only been 20 minutes. She'd rushed into her bedroom after he said he'd be there soon, and changed into a cute pair of slacks and a bright blue blouse that complemented her blonde hair and blue eyes. Then she'd ridden the slow elevator to her office and proceeded to stare. What was she going to say to him when he showed up? "I'm sorry" didn't feel like enough, and she couldn't tell him how broken she was. He'd run across the hall, pack everything he owned, and head back across the channel on the ferry. She blinked again. The next thing she knew, someone knocked on her door. "Olympia," Chet said, jump-starting her heart. She leapt out of her chair and started patting her hair. "Just a minute." She pressed her eyes closed. Just a minute? What was she doing in there that he couldn't come in? Hurrying now, she went to the door and pulled it open. Chet stood there, looking calm and absolutely delicious, with a couple of days' worth of scruff on his face that made his usually trim beard fuller. He wore a pair of slacks and a button-down shirt, appropriate for golfing with business buddies, or hanging out on his family's southern plantation. "Hey," he finally said, his voice as scruffy as his face. "You look so great. It's so great to see you." Olympia smiled, but it wobbled, and she couldn't speak for fear she was going to lose her composure. So she just stepped back and let him come inside. Then she closed the door behind him and faced it for an extra second while she recited the Pledge of Allegiance to herself. She'd learned this trick from her father, who said if she focused on something like the pledge, she could contain her emotions. It usually worked, too. "Thanks for coming back," she said as she turned. "I have something for you." "You do?" Chet moved to stand in her way around the other side of her desk. I don't need anything. Just you, I just need you. Tears fought against her now, and she couldn't blink them back, though she tried. I'm so sorry, she said. I'm this broken shell of a person, and you started putting me back together, and... She hiccuped and sucked in a breath at the same time, the resulting pain in her chest horrible. And she'd told him she was broken. She couldn't even trust her own mouth. You're not broken, he said, wrapping his arms around her. And I'm pretty sure you're the one who started putting me back together. She held on to him, allowing herself to cry a little bit. I didn't like it when you were gone. He rocked with her, and Olympia hoped she could get him to stay permanently. I do have something for you, she said. Come, sit down. He released her and complied, settling into the chair opposite her desk, a place he'd sat before. She sat too, but before she could speak, he leaned forward, his hand extended. I'm Chet Chadwick, he said, a pleasant smile on his face. Olympia almost asked him what he was doing. Instead, his last name flowed through her mind as she shook his hand. Chadwick? That same electricity that had zinged her the first time she'd met him raced up her arm. That's right, he said, his smile a perfect mask she wanted to rip right off. Maybe you've heard of my family? What person in Georgia hasn't? She asked, still a bit stunned. You own wineries and clothing stores and hotels, he said, clasping his hands in his lap. But none here on Carter's Cove. My father adored Whistle-Stop Shores, though. The smile slipped. You should know that I used to work for the Grand America, and I had been living in campgrounds or out of my car for 3 weeks before I came here. I desperately needed a bed for the night, and I'm willing to pay whatever is necessary to keep that penthouse on the 20th floor, even though that elevator is a bit slow. Warmth filled Olympia from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. Oh, and I've never been married and am not currently married. Chet flashed her a real grin this time, one with weeks of conversation behind it, one that spoke to her soul. Oh, and one last thing. I think you're incredibly smart and beautiful, and I think I've fallen in love with you. He settled back into the chair, lifting his ankle to rest on his knee. Your turn. Olympia could only blink, his words firing through her like gunshots. I think I've fallen in love with you. Olympia? She startled and looked down at the folder on her desk. Yes. She picked it up and extended it toward him. Yes. Yes, he said slowly. That's all you have to say? It's a good word, don't you think? Some of her mental faculties returned. I mean, I'm hoping you'll say yes to my proposal in this folder, and I think you'll be sad to hear that I'm going to have to say no to you keeping the penthouse on the 20th floor. What? Chet took the folder. I can't stay there. Will you look in the folder, please? She pointed at it and lifted her eyebrows. Chet held her gaze for 1, 2, 3 heartbeats, and then he flipped open the folder. Olympia drew in a slow breath and held it, the way the yoga instructors on the beach taught. She couldn't look away from Chet's face as he read, and she certainly didn't feel relaxed. He had to say yes to this proposal. You want me to work for the inn? He asked, meeting her gaze. Yes, she said. For now. She got up and went around to the front of her desk, standing right in front of him. "Eventually, I want us to run the hotel together." Chet's mouth moved, slowly forming a smile. "You kind of like me, too." Olympia couldn't help grinning back. "I think I may have fallen in love with you, too, Chet Chadwick." He stood up and tossed the folder on her desk beside her. "So I can't keep the penthouse." He slid his arm around her, and Olympia cradled his face in both of her hands. "No, sir," she said. "So what do you think? Will you consult for us? Give us all your secrets from the Grand America? Bring me ice cream at night?" She let her eyes drift closed, sure getting him back couldn't be this easy. "No," he said, and her eyes snapped open as her pulse snapped to attention. "Why not?" "Number one, you're already running better than the Grand America," he said. "Number two, you have to provide the ice cream if I'm doing all the heavy thinking." He looked down at her, that playful glint in those green eyes so dreamy, Olympia felt like the luckiest woman in the world. "And you realize what you're getting into, don't you?" he whispered, finally dipping his mouth to touch her temple. His lips slid down the side of her face, and Olympia held onto those shoulders for dear life. "What?" she breathed. "Did you hear my last name? We're talking Christmases and stuffy family parties for decades to come. Have you ever been on a southern plantation?" "No, sir," she said. "My grandmother wore a gown to tea this morning," he said, and she giggled. "It's like that all the time. It's insufferable, really." Olympia giggled and pulled away, though her desperation to kiss Chet had reached an all-time high. "I'm sure it'll all be fine. But, Chet, we have to get married right here at the inn." "You've got a deal," he said, just before kissing her. Olympia skipped the rest of the day of work, taking Chet with her to the beach. "There's no beachside service here," he said as he stuck their rented umbrella in the sand. "I'll call the kitchen," she said. She did, ordering the fried cheese and fruity drinks she wanted, and then asking her for what he wanted. "That'll be 20 minutes," she said. "The cheeseburger takes the longest." He looked up at her from the chair he sat in. "All right." He nodded to her swimming suit cover-up. "You gonna leave that on?" She had put on her slinky black bikini, but now she was really regretting the pints of ice cream she'd consumed over the past several days. Fine, her extra weight came from a lot more than a few too many bites of ice cream. With his voice ringing in her head about how smart and beautiful she was, she did unzip the white robe and push it off her shoulders. "Oh, wow," Chet said. Olympia knew she was 40 years old and not nearly as sexy as some of the other women on the beach that day. But Chet wasn't looking at any of them, and when his eyes met hers, she could see the heat, desire, and love in his eyes. He reached for her, and she sat on his lap, the feel of his fingertips along her waist magical. "I'm so glad you called," he said. "I was standing in the family graveyard." "You were? Tell me about that." "Just visiting my dad." Chet closed his eyes and tipped his head back, obviously waiting for her to kiss him. So she did. 3 months later. "Okay, so don't freak out," Chet said, turning onto the lane where his family's plantation sat. "We're almost there. In fact, everything you see out the front and both sides is Chadwick land." "Wow, Olympia said, her oversized sunglasses exactly what Southern high society women wore. "It's amazing." "Everyone will be here," he said. "I know," she replied. "You've told me 1,000 times." She smiled and reached across the console to hold his hand. "Do you think I can't handle uppity people?" She laughed. "I'm pretty sure you were right beside me last week when I dealt with Mrs. Sherman." Chet had been, yes. And Olympia had handled the angry woman with more zeros in her bank account than anyone just fine. In fact, Louise Sherman had then posted about the great service and fine staff at the Heartwood Inn, and Olympia's bookings went off the chart for that Christmas. He'd come up with an idea for a tree decorating festival in November, with a tree lighting the day after Thanksgiving, and then every day from Thanksgiving to Christmas, there were different activities going on at the hotel. Crafts, game nights, free lesson days, restaurant coupons, the gifts were endless, and the inn was full. Now, if he could just make it through this party of his sisters, he and Olympia could get back to Carter's Cove, back to falling deeper and deeper in love with each other, and back to business. He thought of the engagement ring he'd packed, and his heartbeat fluttered in his chest. He wasn't sure if he'd ask Olympia this weekend while they were at the plantation or not. He didn't know when he'd ask, so he carried the ring with him everywhere he went. Word on the family vine was that Eli was bringing a woman, and they could possibly get engaged this weekend, too. Chet didn't want to rain on his older brother's parade, and he and Olympia had plenty of time for diamonds and wedding plans. After all, her sister specialized in wedding planning, and the venue was already set. He just needed to ask her to make it official. And she'd told him to please give her enough time to find the perfect dress and still get married in the summer. He wasn't sure how much time she needed to find the perfect dress, but he figured summer off the coast of South Carolina lasted until at least September. So they had time, at least in his mind. He eased the car up to the gate and pressed the button. "It's Chet," he said. "Welcome to the Chadwick plantation, Master Chet," a man said, and Olympia laughed while Chet rolled his eyes. Further down the now private lane, Chet spied several cars, all of them black with tinted windows. "Everyone's here." He'd known they would be. He'd purposely left Carter's Cove later than he should have so he could arrive last. That way, his mother would be tired out from all the talking, and she might only ask Olympia a few questions. "Well, master, let's not keep them waiting." She spoke in a fake British accent, and a rush of affection for her moved through Chet. At least he didn't have to face everyone alone, and he squeezed Olympia's hand as she reached for her door handle. "Thanks for coming," he said, his voice giving away his emotions. "Of course," she said, searching his face. "I wouldn't miss it. I can't wait to meet your mother." Chet thought maybe she'd hit her head or something, but Olympia had been talking about meeting his mother since he'd told her about this party. "Now, stay in the car so I can open your door. My grandmother would faint if she knew you opened your own door." Olympia smiled and cupped his face in her free hand. "I love you, you know." "I know," he said, leaning forward to kiss her quickly. "I love you, too." With that, he got out of the car, scanning the front of the mansion with its tall white pillars. He saw no one, but he knew he wouldn't be able to open the door himself. Oh, no. Thornton would do that, at the precise moment Chet needed it open. He wondered if there was a class for butlers or something. He opened Olympia's door, and she emerged as if she were a glamorous movie star. She hooked her hand through his elbow, and they walked toward the door. As predicted, it opened when it needed to, and Chet let her inside with the words, "Thank you, Thornton." "Mr. Chadwick," he said with a bow. At least it wasn't master. "Your family is in the library, sir. Would you like to join them?" "Sure," Chet said, turning to his left. He knew where the library was, but he moved slowly so Olympia could take in the grandeur of the mansion. "It's beautiful," she said, a sense of awe in her voice. "Chet, it's wonderful. Look!" She pointed to a huge portrait framed in gold that hung between two doors. "Is that your father?" "Yes," he said, stopping to admire the painting. "He loved hunting. And dogs. That was Colin." "The dog's name was Colin?" "Yes," Chet said, smiling at the black Bowser in the picture. "He was an excellent hunting dog, and my dad said there'd never be another like him." Chet looked away from the picture, and there wasn't. A fondness for a dog Chet had barely known filled him. Dad buried him in the family graveyard, the only non-human. "Wow," Olympia said. "Chet!" He turned toward the sound of his brother's voice, a smile blitzing across his face. "Eli!" He dropped Olympia's hand so he could hug his brother. "How are you?" "Alive," Eli said, wincing as Chet grabbed onto him. "Oh, sorry." Chet pulled back. "I forgot about the accident. What did the insurance company say about the car?" "Total loss," Eli said, his gaze moving to Olympia. "You must be Olympia." He put on his winning smile, and Chet watched Olympia melt under the brightness of it. "My brother Eli," Chet said, stepping back as his brother kissed both of Olympia's cheeks and welcomed her to the Chadwick plantation. "Come meet Chelsea," Eli said, turning to re-enter the library. "Oh, he's charming, isn't he?" Olympia asked, watching him go. Chet found a flush in her face, and he started laughing. "You think so?" "That accent." "I have that accent," he said. "And you're blushing like crazy." She looked at him, alarm in her eyes. "I am not." Chet swept a kiss across her forehead and said, "Okay, my mother is next. Get ready." The library had been decorated with more pink and purple than Chet had ever seen in one place at one time. "Holy baby shower," he said as Olympia pulled in a breath and then let it out in a soft, "Aw." "She's obviously having a girl," Chet said. "My sister never was one to be subtle." He spotted Lynn standing over by the grand piano, one hand on her pregnant belly as she chatted with a brunette wearing a ball gown. A legitimate ball gown. "I'm underdressed," Olympia said. "I told you we would be," Chet said, squaring his shoulders as his mother turned toward them. Every eye moved in their direction next, and he hissed through his teeth, "Here we go." He managed to get them across the library to the party center, and he said, "Hello, Mother. Lynn, Charles." He glanced at Olympia and stepped back half a step. "This is my girlfriend, Olympia Heartwood." He really liked saying that, and he beamed at her as she exuded confidence and happiness to be there. She air-kissed everyone and hugged his mother and turned to the brunette. "My fiancée, Gloria," Eli said, appearing at her elbow. "Fiancée?" Chet asked. "When did that happen?" He studied Eli's face to try to learn how his brother felt about this development. But Chet didn't spend much time with his brother, and Eli had a real lawyer mask in his arsenal. He barely blinked as he looked at Gloria. "This morning." He smiled at her, and she sent a mega-wattage grin back at him before holding out her left hand. "Wow." Olympia took her hand and studied the ring. Chet had never been happier he hadn't mentioned the diamond he'd bought for her. "This is beautiful." She smiled at both of them, When will you get married? Oh, we don't have a date yet, Gloria said. I need to meet with my mother and Marcia. The wedding planner, Eli said. We're looking at next Christmas, Gloria said. Right, dear? Right, Eli said. Next Christmas? Chet asked. That was more than a year away. What could possibly take so long to plan? Before he could ask, Lynn stepped in between them and asked, Is your father Henry Heartwood? Yes, Olympia said, her smile never wavering. Lynn wore a triumphant look and turned back to her husband. He is, dear. She swept her gaze over them again as if she couldn't quite make eye contact. He knows someone on the island who knows your family. Of course, Olympia said, and Chet had to look away so he didn't start laughing. Oh, here's my grandmother, he said, shaking his head at the waiter who paused for him to take a drink. Olympia took one and sipped. Oh, it's apple cider, she said. Lynn can't drink because of the baby, Chet said, pinning a smile to his face. Grandmother, I want you to meet Olympia. He brought her forward, and his grandmother's face lit up. Oh, Chet, she's your Olympia. His grandmother hugged Olympia, who laughed lightly. But Chet sure did like the sound of her being his, and he determined maybe he could still ask her to be his wife later that weekend. They're great, Chet, she said hours later as they sat on the steps off the back deck. Really great. You can't be serious, he said. Why? Because they all exude charm and money and grace? Did you see what we ate for dinner? Chet shook his head. No one eats whole Dungeness crab anymore. It's ridiculous. Olympia snuggled up against his bicep. Okay, the crab was over the top. And the little cakes in the shape of a J? He added. I mean, who names their baby months before it's born? She giggled and said, Probably a lot of people. Chet shook his head. I doubt it. So, what do you want to name our first child? Chet's heart stopped cold, and he had no idea what to say. They hadn't talked about children yet. Oh, you haven't thought about it. She straightened and laced her fingers through his. I mean, I've thought about it, he said carefully. I wasn't sure if you wanted children. I do, she said, and I hope they have green eyes like yours. She smiled up at him, and an overwhelming sense of love filled him. Chet looked at her, wondering if there would be anything more wonderful than being her husband. Olympia, he said, I bought you a ring. I mean, it's not as nice as what Gloria's wearing, but it's nice. Oh? She asked, her voice sparkling with a tease. Is it a diamond? Yes, he said. I love you, and I want to be your husband. He untangled his hand from hers and reached into his pocket. You have the ring with you? I've been carrying it around since I bought it a few weeks ago. He held it out to her. Will you marry me? She took the diamond from him, her eyes wide and glued to it. Chet. Her voice was only made of air. This is gorgeous. She looked up at him, glassy tears glistening in her eyes. Yes, I'd love to marry you. Light filled his whole soul, and Chet leaned down to kiss her. I'm so glad I left Atlanta, he whispered against her lips. Me too, she said, lining up their mouths again for the sweetest kiss of his life, with his fiancée. The end. Listen for a sneak peek at the next book in the series, The Heartwood Beach, to meet another Heartwood sister and the man she definitely does not want. The Heartwood Beach. Chapter 1. Cheryl Heartwood checked through the peephole to find her best friends standing on her front porch. She unlocked the door and removed the chain before stepping back to face Abby and Tyler Bryan. "Hey, guys," she said, glancing behind them to find that truck still parked right on the edge of her property. Ricky Van Nye had been following her home for a couple of weeks now, and she seriously couldn't sleep in this house for another night with that truck there. In an instance like this, she wished she lived with one of her sisters, the way Gwen and Celeste did. Or the hotel, like Olympia. Alyssa lived too far away from civilization, and she couldn't imagine what it would be like to not have someone close enough to hear her scream. She couldn't see Ricky as her friends came in, their little chow-chow on a leash, waddling in after them. "I just need to pull the pizza out of the oven," she said. Cheryl didn't cook often, and she rarely turned on the oven in the summertime, but she needed a reason to get her friends over here. "Smells good," Tyler said, bending to unclip the leash on All-Star's collar. "You said you had a problem. Something to do with that truck parked out front?" "Yes," Cheryl said. "How did you know?" "There was a guy there when we pulled up," Abby said, pulling out a bar stool and sitting down while Cheryl opened a bag of Caesar salad. "But he ducked down when we got out of the car." So Ricky was out there. Cheryl's heartbeat bobbed around in the back of her throat. She cleared the emotion away and turned to get the pizza out of the oven as the timer went off. "My sister said I should hire someone to be my bodyguard. I was hoping you guys would know someone." Cheryl worked at her family's hotel, resort, and spa, and her hours taking care of the grounds started well before dawn. Ricky hadn't been bothering her before work, only after. She wasn't sure when Ricky left at night because she refused to sit by the window and watch his truck. "I'm sure we can find someone," Tyler said. "Doesn't Pops work at the Heartwood Inn?" he asked his wife. "Pops works the swing shift," Abby said. "Cheryl's done early in the day, right?" "Usually by 2, Cheryl said. It was too hot to do much after that, and she and her crew put in 8 hours every day long before 2 o'clock came. She loved her schedule, as she could take a quick cat nap and then be rested for the summer evening activities on the island. She loved Carter's Cove and the nighttime energy that existed during the summer months. Some people found the tourists annoying, but Cheryl loved the surfing competition, the bonfire, the tennis and golf tournaments, the dog championship, the classic car parade, all of it. But the thought of being out in public past dark had terrified her these past few days, and she'd missed a few things. The bonfire was in 2 nights, and she was not going to miss it. Ricky was not going to keep her inside, behind locked and chained doors. Oh, no, he was not. "I know a guy," Tyler said, "but he has another job in the mornings." "I don't need him in the mornings," Cheryl said. "Just the afternoons and evenings. I can pay him to hang out with me." She hated the way that sounded, but she had a legitimate reason this time. Not that she'd hired a man to spend time with her before. Cheryl wasn't desperate, and she hadn't minded being a third wheel for her friends as, one by one, they all found a man and got married. Cheryl hadn't really minded, until she didn't have anyone to come sleep on her couch and make sure she was safe at night. "His name is Gage Sanders," Tyler said. "He's ex-military, and he works security at the ferry in the mornings until at least noon." "Maybe he won't have time," Abby said. "You should text him." Tyler held up his phone. "I just did." He reached for a plate and took a couple pieces of pizza. He held up one and grinned. "I think he'll do it. Gage doesn't have a lot going on in the afternoons, if you know what I mean." A few seconds passed before Cheryl got what he meant. "It's not a date," she said, rolling her eyes. "Why not?" Abby asked. "Why not?" Cheryl asked, her voice pitching up. "I'm not interested in dating." "But why not?" Abby scooped some salad onto her plate, only glancing at Cheryl as if she didn't get why Cheryl didn't want to involve a man in her life again. She wasn't even sure she had all the pieces of her heart back from the last time she'd tried a relationship. Matt Goldsmith had left Carter's Cove, and he'd taken Cheryl's heart with him. It might have been a year or two, maybe 3, but Cheryl had learned to find joy in her work, and she still had friends who invited her to do things with them. Sometimes. Tyler's phone chimed, and he practically lunged for it. "It's Gage." Cheryl pretended like she didn't care as she dug around in the lettuce for a crouton. "What did he say?" Abby finally asked, swatting at Tyler. "You're killing us." Tyler just grinned his goofy smile and swiped his blonde hair out of his eyes. He looked a little like a surfer, though he ran a digital marketing company for the small businesses on the island. Cheryl unconsciously reached up and patted her own blonde hair, her scalp suddenly aching from how she kept her hair in a perpetual ponytail. She pulled her hairband out, her own curiosity reaching epic proportions. "He said he's been thinking about getting another gig in the afternoon," Tyler said, as if he were reading from the screen of his phone. "He said he's interested." Interested. Cheryl reminded herself he wasn't interested in her. He was interested in the job. "He wants to set something up," Tyler said. "Should I give him your number, or do you want his?" "Give me his," Cheryl said. A moment later, her phone buzzed, and Tyler had forwarded the contact. "I'm going to text him right now." She did, and Gage responded immediately with, "I can come over tonight." Cheryl almost choked, and Abby heard and saw everything. "What?" she asked. "He wants to come tonight." "Great," Tyler said. "You need someone right away, right?" He took another big bite of his pizza. Cheryl didn't know what to say. She didn't want Gage to come over while her friends were here. Or did she? "Let's go," Abby said, though she hadn't finished eating. Tyler looked back and forth between the two women. "I'm missing something." "Nope," Abby said, popping the pea. "Cheryl needs privacy for her job interview. We can take our food with us." "Take it," Cheryl said, glancing down at her phone. She quickly typed out, "Sure thing," and added her address to the text before sending it. Everything happened so fast after that. Abby and Tyler left, and Cheryl chained herself back in her house, the truck on the street inspiring more fear in her than she knew what to do with. Gage had said he'd be there soon, but it felt like a long time until he pulled into her driveway on a sleek, shiny black motorcycle. Cheryl's view through the slats in the blinds was limited, but wow. Gage had long legs, and as he stood from his bike, he sported a broad pair of shoulders in a sexy leather jacket. He pulled off his helmet and didn't look around, his confidence oozing off of him and hitting her in the chest, even through the glass. He had dark hair and a rugged, handsome face that had her breath catching in the back of her throat. She watched him walk up the sidewalk and onto her porch. Still, when he knocked, she flinched. "Get a hold of yourself," she muttered as she scampered away from the window and tugged on the bottom of her shirt. Looking down, horror washed through her when she realized she hadn't even changed out of her gardening clothes. Mud dotted her jeans from a repotting project earlier that day. The kitchen was a mess, too, and the scent of pizza hung in the air. Cheryl didn't want to open the door, and she stepped over to the blind again. Maybe she could just text him that she'd made a mistake, didn't need his private security services. He knocked again, this time calling, "Cheryl, is everything okay in there?" To her complete horror, Ricky got out of his truck and approached her house. For some reason, that had her sprinting over to the door. Her fingers fumbled on the chain and slipped on the lock, but she got the door open. Gage stood there, half turned toward her and half watching Ricky cross the lawn. Ricky froze too, and Cheryl felt like she'd been dropped inside a movie where something was about to blow up. Everything moved in slow motion, but she managed to say, "Gage, hey," in a casual, easy voice that betrayed everything she felt inside. He turned back toward her, questions in those dark, dreamy, dangerous eyes. "Who is this guy?" Ricky called to her, and Cheryl wanted the ground to open up and swallow him whole. He'd never approached the house before, and she'd had people over. Never a single man who rode a motorcycle, but still. "Kiss me," she hissed, and surprise shot across Gage's expression. Panic built inside her with every passing second, and she was sure the gorgeous man on her porch would scowl, stomp away, and leave her there with Ricky. She stepped out onto the porch at the same time Gage's arm slipped around her waist. "You need to leave," she called to Ricky. "Who is he?" Ricky asked again. Before Cheryl could call to him that Gage was her boyfriend, he held her close, leaned down, and looked right into her eyes. "This isn't a joke, right? He's your problem." Oh, Cheryl had problems. But at that particular moment, she couldn't remember them. She didn't recall speaking, acknowledging Gage's question in any way. He must have been able to read minds or see something in her eyes, because he brought his mouth to hers and kissed her like she'd never been kissed before. This has been The Heartwood Inn, a Heartwood Sisters novel. Carter's Cove Beach Romance, Book 2. Written by Elena Johnson. Narrated by Anne Marie Lewis. Copyright 2019 by AEJ Creative Works. Production copyright by AEJ Creative Works. Thanks for listening.